Hello and welcome back to the European Youth Chess Championship. We are here again. My name is Kalin, this is Maria. Welcome Maria, haven't seen you in a day. How was... Almost. How was the beach? I heard you went to the beach to get some sun. Was it windy? Was it good?
It's actually windy here at Mamaia, Romania's Ibiza, but the weather is still great. You cannot go into the sea, however.
Okay.
It was really agitated.
Agitated? Okay.
Yes.
Do you think the sea is mimicking the players'
I would
feelings?
say so. However, good vibes.
Good vibes only.
We're at the beach. It's really nice. We're easing into things. It's day 2 here at Mamaia, and we're really excited to be here. What did you do today? I heard you had to work a bit.
Yeah, I'm also working as a coach here. I have around 5 students who I'm helping with my extensive chess knowledge, basically trying to convince them to play Caro-Kann only. That's my
I've seen
my
yesterday.
advice. And yeah, we had a training session, also some mindset meeting from our discussion yesterday. I tried to implement a few things and yeah, convince them to focus on the game, enjoy the experience and not worry so much about the result, because one of them is playing on the 3rd board already with a higher rated opponent. We're gonna check the game soon. Hopefully the opening will go well, because we did some preparation with that. And yeah, you need to do the talk before the game, the locker room.
The locker room.
Yeah, where you motivate your players and you try to make them understand that regardless of the result, we are there for them. And yeah, we support along this journey of becoming professional chess players. Not an easy journey, but
A rewarding one.
A rewarding one, yeah. Both on the chessboard and of course outside.
How is their vibe, their mindset after one round, after the first round?
Yeah, we have one player who made a big upset yesterday. He won against a 2300 rated player, and he said it was the best day of his life. So that's good. His success sort of motivated the others as well. So the group has a good vibe, and I like the fact that even though some players didn't have such a good day one, together we managed to work around that, and now we're all on the same page, motivated and trying to show the best chess that we can.
That's a very interesting topic. What could you tell us maybe about group motivation? How does it work in a tournament like European or World Championships, or any big tournament for that matter?
Okay, I think it helps that we're all going through pretty much the same thing, even though the results differ. Some kids won, some kids lost. They all acknowledge each other's emotions, so they provide support between each other. And yeah, with our speech, again, we're trying to reassure them that this result is not defining of their whole career. And we've been working with them for almost 3 years, so we know what motivates them. We have a player who really likes donuts, so whenever he's in trouble,
That's a really good
press
motivation.
the donut button. And then yeah, they're close to a really tight group, and they're enjoying each other's presence. Of course, they're playing football here on the beach, also some relaxing activities. We know when to stop the chess training and to just switch off to walk on the beach or stuff like this. And we're lucky that Mamaia has such a nice seaside, and we can combine this chess intense stuff with just relaxing walk on the beach.
I agree. And I like the fact that you pointed out how important it is to feel a sense of belonging, feel the fact that people understand what you're going through. And kids motivating each other because they can understand what the other one is going through. I think it's really, really important, and it's going to help them later on in life as well.
Yeah, already we see their friendship is strong, and they're supporting each other. And I think that's the main thing that makes me happy, along with the other coaches, that we're actually building strong values within them, like working in a team, supporting the ones that maybe are struggling. They're also happy for the other success. So trying to teach them how to work inside a team is huge for us. It's really important, and yeah, we all have the chess, we have the Carocans, the London systems, but at the end of the day, we're trying to build some good foundation for their adult life. So I think
Some good values instilled.
Yeah, good values.
I'm really, really proud of you and the work that you're doing. I cannot stress this enough. We have more images from inside.
Yeah, we can see, for those of you wondering, the people that are walking there are players, arbiters, staff, nobody outside the playing hall is allowed, no parents, no assistants. This is against the rules. So
No
the
coaches.
kids, no coaches. So the kids are all by themselves, and that's another thing we have to teach them as well. Okay, we are there for you. We support you before the game, but once the game starts, it's just
all you.
It's all you. It's your thoughts, your feelings, and how you manage them. I think that's another big part that we're struggling with. This inner experience that chess players have during the games. It's a whole nother world that we can discuss
It is.
for a long time, and it's surprising that it's not all about diagonals, files, checkmates. It's a lot about emotions, your thoughts. But I think you know better than me this subject.
And managing stress, for example. As we were discussing yesterday, and I think this is quite fascinating because we can see in the images that we have as well, we have kids ranging from 7 years old to 18, and they're playing for up to 5 hours per day, which is quite a lot to be able to stay focused, stay motivated, calculate, think for so many hours in a day in a row.
Yeah, it will be like 9 days. Okay, we have a rest day on Sunday that might bring back some energy, but overall you need your physical shape to be informed. You don't really need the football level of athletics, but these small things add up as well. And yeah, we're struggling with our donut guy to convince him from time to time to eat some protein and work out because it definitely helps. It's not only a lot of literature there that supports the fact that chess players are losing a lot of calories during the games, and
it's very consuming after all.
It's consuming.
I would say that balance is key, like in everything. So one donut here and there, it may go a long way
but
with motivation.
It's never one donut. It's always more than one. And yeah,
this is what we were discussing at lunch.
Yeah, I know.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. I was going for donuts myself, so maybe I'm not the best example for my students.
But one.
Yeah,
if
one.
It's one.
One, it's enough. It's
balance is key after all. I think we're going to see some interesting games today as well. Yesterday definitely was a very uncommon day, I might add. We had some really rapid games that added really, really fast. We had some surprises, I might add. And I know that you prepared something for us, something to show us what we discussed as being maybe the game of the day.
Of course. Yeah, it's sort of the game of the day from the ones that we saw. It stuck with me, this London system where White was the underdog, the underrated player. And I think we can go through the moves if that's okay. Yeah, it started off as a London system, quiet opening, well known for everyone. And then it got a twist at some point. Here things were normal. We got a pawn trade. The players castled. They were also trading the knights, changing the pawn structure. So it felt like a quiet game. But here in this moment, Black decided to trade the bishop for a knight and get double pawns on the king side. And actually, you're telling a funny story today when you were a junior. If you can share with us, I thought that was really funny.
Definitely. Well, I think now it's funny. My first game, if I remember correctly, I think I was 6 or 7. I was playing my first tournament ever, my first official game, as you might call it. And I was playing Black. And there was an exchange on f6. I think I had a knight on f6 and my opponent had a bishop on g5. I don't know if this makes sense for a lot of people at home, but still there should have been an exchange of 2 pieces basically. but I didn't take the opponent's piece because I didn't want to have a bad pawn structure, because I learned from my coach that it's really bad to have a bad pawn structure. So I would say that my logic was to just give a piece away for free, but not have a
Keep
bad
the pawn structure.
Exactly. Perfect and intact.
Yeah, so basically Maria is saying that here she wouldn't recapture, she just played some other move just for the pawns not to double
Exactly.
on the king side. And that's good strategical values, but yeah, when you're missing a tactic, as we were talking yesterday, your whole strategic ideas are just falling apart. So for those of you watching, first capture the piece and then think about the pawn structure. That's the way we recommend it here.
Definitely.
And from our own experience, so we know.
You learn a lot from your
Yeah.
mistakes.
So it doesn't happen to you guys at home. Okay, e5. Black was doing great here. Big pawn center, better pawn structure, but just, yeah, as you said, better pawn
Exactly.
structure, equal
Exactly.
material. But the problem was that at some point it slipped. And it was around here that white made an interesting choice to give up this c pawn just to activate the bishop from d3. And the bishop slowly gets into the game. And now we can see that the bishop pair is actually working towards a slow kingside attack. And we saw actually how this happened. The bishop retreats. And in the end, there was a really nice tactic that I wanted to point out. Here, white played f5. Black decided to move the queen away. And now we have this f4 followed by f6. And here was the moment where I was like, okay, this is a really strong player playing. Actually, from Romania, we need to tell him it's Teodor Voicu. He played against Arsen Davtyan, and we congratulate him for this game.
Big shout out.
Yeah, and after f6, the rook takes the bishop on d4, and if you recapture, there's queen d4 followed by huge material win. So yeah, that was our game of the day. If you have any other suggestions, we can look back and watch your favorite game, but we thought this tactic was amazing, and especially in a game where a Romanian beat the higher rated player.
What would you say are the main takeaways
Of
from
this game? Okay, that's a good question. I think this sort of imbalance where you give up your bishop for a better pawn structure, we've seen it all throughout chess. It's there in a lot of openings, in the Nimzo Indian, even in the Sicilian. But you need to be careful. Once the bishops are in the game, it doesn't really matter. And we saw that the double pawn was the one who delivered the final blow. And I think that's ironic that the whole strategy of black was to, okay, I'll prove that the double pawns will be a weakness in the end game, but in the end, the middle game decided that, okay, the double pawns will be the main character. So I think it proved that the bishop pair is maybe more important than having double pawns in this position.
That's a good lesson that I...
Yeah, life lessons here.
Exactly.
Never
exactly.
give up the bishop pair.
Exactly. And give something up for maybe not material advantage.
Yeah, that's true. Regarding the bishop pair, I need to shout out a really interesting game. It was between Magnus and Vincent Keimer. It was played in the World Rapids last year, where Magnus gave up both bishops, which was surprising for a bishop pair fan like me. But then he managed to prove the strategy playing with the knights against the bishops. So if anyone wants to watch, it was Magnus with the white pieces and Vincent Keimer with the black pieces. An amazing game, of course, in a Catalan. As we said yesterday, the Catalan is all over the place, and I'm sure we will see it today as well.
I would suggest maybe to start easing into some
Sure.
games for today. Again, we're day 2, round 2 here at European Youth Chess Championship. And please don't forget to write us on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. We're live, and we're very eager to respond to any comments or questions that you might have along the way. So stay tuned with us. We're here for almost 4 hours.
Okay, I can't wait. I think the production team for this amazing setup that we have, and we're lucky that we can go through the games really quickly. And there's a 15-minute delay for those of you wondering, because these are the anti-cheating rules. But apart from that, we're comfortably speaking about all the games. And we also have some images from the playing hall. If we switch to the section of girls under 8, we have this game between Ru Boton and Camille Bilot.
That's board 1.
Board 1, yeah, that's
Girls
board
under
1.
8.
Girls under 8. We have the bishop. So, oh, we have a scholar's mate attempt. I love to see that because it happens a lot in my students' games that we're trying to convince them not to get the queen early because later on you might regret it, your queen might get attacked. But attempting checkmate at move 3 is always
Sweet
tempting.
to watch.
Yeah, it's sweet to
And
watch.
it's sweet to watch.
Tempting. Okay, knight f6, blocking the
Not
checkmate.
taking the bite.
Yeah, blocking this
The bait.
this checkmate on f7. The queen wanted to go here, protected by the bishop, and yeah, some damage would be delivered. But knight f6, bishop c5, d6, pawn to a3, a bit slow, and now bishop e6, trying to trade these bishops. And to point out, even after this trade, black will have double pawns, but it's a completely different scenario from the previous game. Now we have the open f file, and alongside with the bishop on c5. Oh, before that's a blunder according to my calculations. I was trying to explain again. We get lost in strategy, but you get surprised by this kind of moves. The bishop is not defended. You can just take it, and b takes c5, d takes c5, and black is already a pawn up. Is it black who's the rating favorite here? I believe so, judging by the,
Yes.
the
Black
action
is
so far.
rated number 1 in this tournament.
The number
Camille
one
from France.
rating. You might argue that exchanging this bishop might give you double pawns, but also transferring to an opposite side colored bishop. If you take on c4, then these bishops will be opposite colored, and you might fear some draw tendencies, but yeah, I don't think that's the case in this position. You just win a pawn, and life is good. But I think she was surprised by queen f3 because you don't really see that. You see that when you're playing in a park or in a cafe.
Exactly.
But you come to the European youth, you're trying to prepare so many opening lines, and all of a sudden your opponent, okay, let's see how you face the scholar's mate. And that's definitely something I'd probably laugh if I had this during a serious game.
I mean, if you would be 8, maybe you
Yeah.
would be actually excited that, you know, white attempted something like that, because ultimately it's not necessarily the best structure for white.
Yeah, it's sort of the strategical mistake, moving your queen out so early. But remember, I was telling you yesterday that I was crying before the games at 8 years old?
And
Well,
after the games.
and after the
I
games and
remember
during the
vividly.
games. But the thing is, the main reason why I was so emotional was I couldn't find a solution to defend against the scholar's mate. Like exactly this position. If I was to play black, I was thinking, okay, this is lost, checkmate is coming, and my chess career will be ruined. But now I learned so many ways, and I'm happy that the scholar's mate is out of discussion. Now it's all about the Catalans, the London systems, but
The Caracans.
the Caracans, of course. And yeah, it was a huge step in my chess career trying to defend from this checkmate. Okay, I think we can move to board number 2.
Let's do that.
That's
We
okay.
have Sahasra Aragonda playing against Lavinia Cariz Dogaru.
Okay, another bishop's opening. Do we see the scholar's mate? No. Okay, but we see this sort of center game gambit. White is giving up a pawn for fast development. And as we saw yesterday, a lot of e4, e5s in this category, sort of Italians. Ruy Lopez's takes on d5, rook e1, bishop e7, and here it's just normal theory. I would say that white has a slight lead in development. The rook is already out and black hasn't castled yet. But I don't see a clear way for white to take advantage of this development lead. Probably just takes on d4. And if you castle, there's like a small tactic that goes like bishop takes d5, queen d5, you capture the knight, and then the bishop will be left hanging. So white might try this against an uncastled king, and after knight d4, I don't see an immediate solution for black, but I don't feel like the position is any worse than that. Or maybe is it? Do you think there's a solution after knight takes d4? the threat is clear. If you're castling, I'm trying to
Exactly.
do this double
Not
trade.
necessarily.
If you don't find something, you might be already lost. So
With black, you mean?
yeah, after knight d4, I think.
I might capture, do
If
bishop e6.
Okay, capture and bishop e6. If you capture, then I'm recapturing with the queen.
Yeah, I
And
cannot do that.
Your opponent's hanging, and we already see there's some trouble for
There is.
for black,
black.
but I think I was thinking about knight to b6.
Yeah.
Just retreat, and once this trade is happening, knight takes c6, pawn takes c6, at least you're out of trouble. So probably knight d4, knight to b6, or maybe knight f6, but you don't really want to do that. But just knight b6, hit the bishop, and try to castle as fast as you can.
I still wouldn't like the double pawns on c6 and
Yeah,
c7.
Yeah, you get double
gonna
pawns,
lie.
but you don't get a piece down. So that's
Yeah.
sort of the lesser
I would say it's a lose-lose situation,
situation.
but where the lesser
Okay, so
evil wins.
lesser evil. Yeah,
probably.
that's I was looking for that word. Okay, so Lavinia is in a tough spot, but also this opening is not the way it usually goes. It's either knight f3 with d4 like the Scotch, or bishop c4 and knight f3. But this move order might have confused Lavinia. With so it's interesting. Maybe for people at home, they might try this thing with openings. There are so many options, but all of a sudden, if you just switch a move order, we get completely new territory. So if you're ever trying to test your opponents, think of switching some move orders here and there. Maybe you can get a trick.
Did this ever happen to you? Let's say you were preparing for an opponent and
Yeah.
you were learning something new, a variation where you had to be very careful about the order, and then maybe you switched it?
Yeah, you brought some memories, so I'll do a story time. I was
Loving that.
story time. I was around 11, and I was playing. Back then, he wasn't a grandmaster yet, but now he's an established Romanian grandmaster, Tiberiu Georgescu. I was playing against him with the black pieces, and I was preparing some sort of defense with the hedgehog. I was trying to come up with the best way to defend, because he was always pushing against me and winning quite easily. And I was studying for like 3 hours for this game. I come up to the game, he switches a move order, and I just lose instantly. I lose a rook because I was just following my memory.
Wow.
I lose a rook, and the funny thing is, it happened in my hometown, this tournament, and I went go with the bus back, and I realized it was the same bus driver that brought me to the tournament. So in a span of like a half an hour, I took the same bus back home, and it was like so embarrassing. I was looking at him, and he realized like, okay, this guy is a bad chess player, because same bus and same tournament. It's really bad. But okay, I learned from that, and later on, I even managed to defeat Grandmaster Georgescu.
I'm very proud, and we salute him. Big shout
yeah,
out to
big shout out.
Tiberiu. We hope we're going to have him here in the studio. What would you say is the key takeaway from your story? Because I think it's such a relevant one, and I was asking you this specific question because I think so many of us can relate to such a story, and to your story in particular.
Yeah, the main thing that comes to mind is that a lot of people are saying that you can just use your memory when you're playing chess. It's like you memorize these lines and you're just repeating like high school poetry, but that's not the case. Chess works with concepts, and you need to have like a logical frame where you put all this memorization. So that's where I learned that memorization alone is not it's not enough. So maybe that's a good takeaway. If people are studying openings, don't just go, okay, I know one line. Try to think about the concept, each piece, and try to not blunder a rook, because then the bus driver will be disappointed in you.
It's a very specific takeaway, but we're going to take it. So thank you for that.
Okay, so white played queen d6 in this position, and I think it's okay as well. Just take on d5, take with the queen, knight to c6. I think you can trade queens and win back this pawn. So queen d6, another good solution. But I'm wondering if knight b5. Okay, I think knight b5 is just game over, according to my calculations. I don't know if you agree, but knight b5 hitting the queen, and then I'm just winning a knight. It feels like this game can call it a day. But I just want to point out the time management here. White has spent already 20 minutes, while white has spent none. Black has spent none. It's 1 hour and 31 for black. Just a reminder, the players are starting with 1 hour and 30 minutes, and they're getting 30 seconds for each move. So they don't really run out of time. But I appreciate the fact that white is the player that spent time in the opening, meaning that she felt the moment to calculate variations and go for the direct approach, and probably she'll find knight b5, and I think that's just game over. So we can switch to board number 3 here.
Let's do that, but before we switch to board number 3, we have some questions on
Good.
YouTube, and I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask you to also reply to the question.
I will.
People are kind of curious, and this is something that we actually wanted to address, why we're doing this broadcasting in English. Why we're not doing this in
good question.
Romanian.
As you can tell from our accent, we are Romanian. But this broadcast is international. We're talking about the European Chess Championship, and we have a lot of people watching from all over Europe, so talking in Romanian wouldn't really make sense for the people from Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, every other country. So that's why we make it for everyone to understand and keep updated with what their people are doing, what their students or their siblings are doing. So yeah. Hopefully we answered the question.
Yes,
and
hopefully.
For Romanian streams, I think we have the Superliga starting in a couple of weeks. So for people interested in that, they can check out the Federation's page, and probably there will be commentary there as well. Or not. Who knows?
Full of surprises.
Full of
We're full of
surprises.
surprises as well. But let's move to board number 3, because as you guys maybe remember from yesterday, we try to cover as many games as possible.
Yeah.
In this span of time. So we're still girls under 8, board number 3.
Yeah, it's Veronika Fizerova against Boglarska Janoshi. I feel like we're getting better with the names, and I'm so happy with that.
Exactly.
So another E45, that's the main theme of this category. E45, the oldest opening out there, and we go with Gioco Piano, a slower approach to this E45 maze of openings. Rook E1, Knight BD2, what we like to call a playable position.
Playable.
But let's talk a bit about the slight nuances here. The knight goes on D2, blocking the queen for just for a second, so it goes to F1 and then maybe G3 and E3. You don't need to bother about the queen. You can move it later on in the game. And this bishop on G4 is spinning the knight, and a lot of times they will trade this bishop for a knight, not ruining the pawn structure because the queen is here to recapture. And we have a situation where the bishops are out, so we are left with the light square bishop as white, trying to assert dominance on the light squares, while black is trying to find good squares for the knights, maneuvering with things like knight to E7, knight to G6, knight to F4. So a slow maneuvering game, but once the center is opened with D4, or if black decides to go D5, then we'll find out who is actually better. For now, it's just, I would say, equal, and actually black is the one who spent almost 30 minutes here. So it means that maybe Veronika is still in her
time.
Yeah, still in her home preparation, and yeah, we hope that black finds good ideas. Apart from knight e7, knight g6, there are many other good plans. You can choose according to your personal preferences. Okay, do we go with open under 10, I believe? Or
open under 8.
Under 8, sorry.
Yes.
Under 8, yeah.
So let's see what's been happening.
Oh, already more moves here. We have Pavlo Abalmaz against Thomas Andre from Germany, if my memory is good enough.
Slovakia.
But I was trying.
neighborish.
I was trying.
Good enough, good enough. Andre Tomasz is ranked number 1 in
First
this.
seed? Okay.
Exactly, in this tournament, under 8, open under 8.
Okay, we have the 4-knight Sicilian, which is really tough to crack nowadays. It's one of the best approaches for black in this in this variation. Bishop c5 and knight d6. Okay, it's interesting that here black is forced to move the king away. You don't want to trade this knight for the bishop because the queen comes into the game and all your dark squares will be just ruined. But you move king e7 and sort of this is some weird theory that the king actually makes sense on e7. There's a lot of Dubov games here as black if you guys are interested in this line, and you can see that he's doing amazing with it. He's also playing h5, getting the rook out in like h6, g6, so a lot of cool ideas in this opening. And yeah, g6, sort of going with the king on g7, and okay, c3, it's actually a good move. So what's about this position? We have this bishop on d3 that's blocked by the pawn on e4, so we might argue that's a bad bishop. But the main takeaway is the d5 square. The knight is on d5, while the other knight on d4 got kicked out with the pawn on c3. But since black chose the Sicilian, there's no pawn on c7 anymore, so there will be no c6 to counter this knight. So we'll probably have a battle between this knight on d5 and this bishop on e6. And this king will try to find shelter on g7, and we'll see if white manages to crack it with like f4 or stuff like that. So interesting stuff. The Sicilian already in the realm of complex chess, and
you're already excited.
We I'm moving up and down. It's quite interesting because I was struggling with this line myself, with these 4 knights, and yeah, I believe Bogdan Dak came up with an interesting idea here, playing a3, which is like a waiting move, but after that you get some interesting ideas against black. So if anyone is interested, you can check out this a3. Bogdan has a game there, and it was a really cool game. Okay, we can go to board number 2, where Konstantin Müller is facing our local Dragos Roška. Okay, I could have pronounced that better, but I was in the...
But we're doing so good.
Yeah,
we're improving every day with the pronunciation
yeah.
of the names, and we're sorry if we're not getting some of them right. We're really trying. But yes, we have a Romanian player on the second board.
Yeah, sorry Dragos for butchering your name, but congrats on your opening choice, the Caro-Kann. Maybe he watched the streams, maybe he was watching Alex Banza Caro-Kann course, but great opening choice, and especially this line, I actually love it because that's a case where the double pawns actually are an asset for black because they are defending the king. That's why I love chess so much, because you get the same concept in all the contexts. Sometimes double pawns are good, sometimes they're bad, sometimes you don't know what to do with them, but here they're actually protecting the king against all these king side attacks. So this is called the Tartakova variation, and yeah, I definitely recommend it. It's one of the most combative ways to deal with this line of Caro-Kann. h3, bishop e6, f4. White is trying to extend. Oh, knight b8. Oh, that's not how chess is supposed to work, but maybe there's an idea behind that. Okay, the thing is, white is threatening f5 to trap the bishop, right?
Exactly. So was there no other way to prevent that, and maybe...
I was thinking knight b6, but maybe he has a point to this. But I'm afraid... Okay, c5 and then knight to c6. Yeah, it hurts when I see this knight on d7. It felt like such a bright future ahead, but just the knight b8 back. I was thinking maybe knight b6. Maybe there were some tactical problems, but I don't see it. Maybe c4, c5, and pushing d5 was something that Dragos was worried about. But still, with the knight on b8, the position is not really lost, which shows that the pawn structure is solid and you have time to still maneuver, even if you lose a tempo or two. So I actually still like black's position more. You might just be worried about some queen transfer to the king side, like queen e2, queen g4, and your king might be in trouble. Already some bishop h6 tactics, so if black manages to solve this, they'll be fine. But yeah, we'll see. We'll probably get back to this game and see exactly how Dragos defends. Okay, we go to board number 2.
And before that, I think one of the important takeaways is that context matters, and thank you so much for pointing that out in when it comes to chess concepts. And I have another question for you. I know you love questions.
Of course.
Where can people find the live boards?
The live boards. Okay, there are like two options for the live boards. The one we are following right now, it's you go to view.livechesscloud.com, and the other one is chess.com. You can
on chess.
Yeah, you can watch on chess.com. I think, and you'll get the games with a 15-minute delay. If you're interested in that, I think homepage of chess.com gives you all the games.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. Okay, now we move on to Mahamad Kazimzadeh and Luca Protopopescu from Romania. And we get the French defense, which is one of my first openings ever, and one that I really enjoy. Okay, queen b6, queen b3, c4, queen b6, a b6, bishop c2. Okay, this is supposed to be better for white because of this b5 and b4 plan. And I think, okay, king d8. Wow, that's cool. Here, black decided not to castle short and to just go for this king d8, king c7 thing, where you don't really need to castle here because it's an endgame. And the king is safe on c7, and you just need that to connect the rooks. Okay, b4, h3, king c7, knight e3, knight b6, and it's white to play, but I think we can see exactly that black's pawn structure is a tiny bit better. White's plan was supposed to be f4, f5 to hit this e6 pawn, but the knight is in the way, and there's not that much time for that, so the other choice would be just to hit the pawns with b3, but this might backfire because you're weakening your own pawns. So definitely some interesting decisions here for white, and yeah, you cannot really take this pawn because I recapture with a bishop, and then your d4 will be a permanent weakness, and that's about it. We also need to talk about this bishop on c8 because it's the French defense. And we all know the only problem with the French defense is that the bishop on c8 is stuck there for a long time. If it wasn't for the bishop on c8, then the French would be one of the best openings out there. But that's why they invented the Caro-Kann, where you get your bishop on c8 out, and you still get a solid pawn structure. So regarding this bishop on c8, there are two options for it. You can either develop it on d7 and try to exchange it here on a4. Or if you want to get more creative, you can try bishop d7, bishop e8, push the pawn to f6, and take it out via h5. Okay, so we have b3, which is actually the correct approach in terms of how you're dealing with the pawns, but I just need to add up, there's also some tactics here, because the king will be on c7 and this c file will be open. So we might see a tactical battle and some king safety problems. Even though the queens are off the board, the rooks are still here, so we might see some tactics along the king.
Which I'm really excited to see, because yesterday we got to see a bit more tactics under 8, under 10, a bit under 12, and then quite a lot of strategy when it comes to other groups, so 16 to 18. Already
after groups to 12 and more, we saw the games weren't that tactical. It was more about the right exchange, activating your rooks in the endgame, sort of like more advanced concepts. But yeah, we're always happy to see some nice tactics, and we can move on to open 10, if that's okay.
Sure, or to girls 10. What do you want to start with?
Girls 10.
Girls 10, let's do that. Maybe we're going to see some surprises here as well.
Yeah, we have Alisa Volik against Lilian Schrimbeck. Okay, we have, let's say, okay, the accepted Queen's Gambit, first one of this tournament. People tend to avoid it because of its, the nature of this opening gets you quickly to an endgame. The queens are off the board, and a lot of juniors are trying to avoid that. Actually, we are talking today with one of our students at the club. He came up to us and said, okay, I want a line where the queens will be on the board until forever. And we're trying to explain that it's not all about the queens being on the board. There's more to chess than just attacking with your king, with your queen, sorry.
And until forever, it's a long time. I might
Yeah,
add.
sometimes you need to say goodbye to your queen and focus on the end game.
Know when to let go.
Yeah, you need to know when to let go, and yeah, I think that's common to a lot of chess players. They really love playing with an attack, having the queen to control the attack, and sometimes it's hard for them to let go of this important piece. But once you lose that, you might discover that there's interesting tactics even in the end game that a lot of people don't know. They think the end games is just some theory, it's boring, but there's many tactics even in the end game. Okay, so here rook c8, black has expanded a bit on the queen side and hasn't castled yet, so probably the approach would be to try to fasten up the development with like queen e2, e4, e5, but at the moment black is threatening this fork, so okay, white decided to trade this. Probably you take with the knight because you don't want to lose this bishop to this knight on b3. And it's interesting. I used to play this type of pawn structures, and usually if you get your pawn to e5, you're better, and vice versa. If black goes with the pawn on e4, he's better. So we have like this battle between these symmetrical pawns, and yeah, we're just gonna come back and see who manages to push their pawns first.
Something interesting, because we are girls under 10 category. We have 4 Romanian players on the next board. So
Really?
board number 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 Romanian players. We have Andrea Nuria Cristurian on board number 2 playing with black against Zoe Veselov. Zoe is rated number 4 in this competition.
From England or Georgia? I don't know
England.
that flag. Okay, it's England. Yeah, we saw that the England delegation is present here as well.
Very small. I think they have two players.
A few players, but yeah, let's see how this goes. Is Zoe the favorite here? The rating
Yes.
favorite? Okay.
Zoe
So it's Zoe
is
Andrea.
the favorite. She's playing with white.
Okay, another Sicilian. We have this knight maneuver, which used to be played a while ago. The thing is, you just want to bring your knight here, so you jump at f5 in the right moment, and bishop g5, queen e6. Okay, queen on e6. Interesting, getting away from the pin, but it's rarely that you move your queen to e6. Usually, the queen is going on c7 in the Sicilian, but
It's quite uncomfortable
yeah, I would say.
for my eyes.
Yeah, it's not something we're used to as Sicilian players to see the queen on e6, because it's not only not doing that much, but also blocking this bishop on c8. So I would think that there is some sort of good move for white here. And yeah, the classical plan is to give up this bishop for a knight, and again, just focus on the d5 square. When we're talking about the open Sicilian, a lot of these battles are around this d5 square. And if you manage to trade pieces and your last remaining minor piece will be a knight on d5, you'll definitely be ahead. But for now, we see if white decides to take right away on f6, or maybe consolidates with queen d2, rook d1. There are still moves to be played in terms of improving your other piece, so there's no need for direct solutions just now. Okay, so that was the game between Zoe and Andrea.
Let's see board number 3, because we have another Romanian playing. She's playing white. Smaranda Maria Tkachuk plays against Maelis Manuvel, who is the favorite in this game. She's also ranked number 5 in this under 10 girls competition. So let's see how Smaranda Maria is doing.
Okay, Smaranda Maria Tkachuk. I believe she is from Iași, my hometown. So let's see. The King's Indian with h3.
h3.
Yeah, that was common in my city. A lot of people were playing this line. And the reasoning behind it is, once the center is closed, you want to push this g4 pawn, so you stop any ideas that black has with f5 ruining the pawn structure. So that's a really solid plan against the King's Indian. Okay, the bishops are retreated for now. The queen on d2 hits h6, knight to e2, and I believe you need to play g4. Okay, takes, and you might win a pawn on d6. That's That's interesting because a lot of times this pawn on d6, especially in the King's Indian, is poisoned. We were talking yesterday about this concept, the poison pawn. We have it in the Knight of Sicilian and many other openings, but here, if you take on d6, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Unless I'm missing something, it feels like you're just winning a pawn. So it feels like Smaranda is she the rating favorite or not really?
She's not.
She's not, okay,
actually.
so
she's the underdog.
the underdog grabbing full pawn, and I'm trying to come up with the reasoning for Black's decision, but I don't really see it right away. Maybe you come with the knight on e6 and knight on d4, but yeah, I don't think that's enough. So just a full pawn for white. Might be a blunder already for Maelis, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll definitely find out more about this game as it unfolds. Okay, should we go board number 4 because we have Emma Crețescu?
Exactly. So we have Emma Crețescu. She's rated number 6 in this competition. Okay. She comes from Romania. She's playing against Shelly Moscovitz from Israel.
Okay, and she's employing the Catalan and the double fianchetto approach. That's cool. Knight to h4, followed by knight to g6, probably.
Take.
Take everything and see what happens.
And leave nothing behind.
Okay, that's interesting that the black decided to go rook d8. She was afraid of bishop takes d5, which was something that I wouldn't really consider because a lot of times you get involved in this spin over the d file and it might be a bit tough to manage. But here after rook d8, white has a couple of good options. One of them is to trade this knight on f6. And here, even though the pawns are double, there's no other pawn to connect them. So these pawns over the king side, they will be a permanent weakness. And you can always trade this bishop as well. So bishop f6 is a sound decision. And there's also knight c3, where you develop normally. You attack this pawn. And if black decides to push, you even have moves like knight b5, hitting the queen. And then going knight d6 with the check, sacrificing a pawn, but winning the bishop pair. So many interesting ideas. I'm curious to see what Emma decides. She's already thinking for a while, but the position looks good and she might have a decisive move here.
I'm very curious how this is going to unfold. In the meantime, we also have a what I call dedication. Not necessarily a shout out.
Shout out, okay.
Chess Architect actually writes us on YouTube, and he announces that Javornik with Nemec under 16 might be a very interesting game, and we should have a look. We definitely will. We're still going through girls under 10, open under 10, so we're trying to go through each category, at least the first 3 live boards. Definitely, if you have any suggestions or ideas, we're going to take all of them into account and consideration, and we're going to have a look as long as they are live.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Whose player is that? Vorniku or?
Javornic with Nemec.
Nemec, okay. We'll have a look, of course. Probably in around 45 minutes we'll get to under 16, was it? Or 14?
Under 16.
Under 16, we'll get there for sure. Thanks for the message, Chess Architect. Okay, we're moving to Open 10.
Open 10.
And here I have Mateo Mendoza against Nikita Filindash. I don't know if that's the first board, but...
I am so on it. Give me 1 second. So on board...
But we're seeing this G3 anti-Sicilian.
This is actually board number 2.
Board number 2. Okay, we'll get back to board number 1, which is Lira Mark against Yiming Zhang. Okay, G3. This is an anti-Sicilian approach. You don't want to go for d4, go into the whole Najdorf maze. You just want to avoid that and develop your bishop with a fianchetto, which is considered a slower approach, but still, c4. Still, it's respectable. And going for c4 so early, it's definitely interesting. You might actually play for an advantage already with black. Really interesting move by Nikita. I think he might be the rating favorite. He didn't go for the normal short castle, which would be just a normal game. He went for c4, which looks like a pawn sacrifice. If you capture, I can take on e4. And again, we have double pawns, but this time these double pawns are the bad kind. You cannot really advance them. and once I trade some pieces, the endgame is favorable for black. So I really like this c4 move. I think black has made a great decision. White goes rook e1, they take, and knight d7, knight d2, castles, h3, and queen c7. And here we sort of transition to a normal Sicilian where the pawn on c3 is a bit out of place. They usually go c4, so they construct this Maroczy bind. But here the pawn on c3 I think is just a liability. What do you think? Do you think white has time for pawn c4 and then trying to form the Maroczy, or should they switch to some other plan?
I would switch.
Switch? Okay, that's a good thing, because you're trying to use this pawn on c3 for something else rather than
Exactly.
go with c4 and work against your current.
I think it's a bit slow
too slow.
in this current position.
Too slow to go c4. Even moves like knight e5 hitting your queen, and maybe the pawn will justify the fact that c4 is not on time. And some other plan will just be jump with the knight and maybe push your pawns f4, gain some space, maybe e5 at the right time. But here it feels like black has made it well out of the opening, and we'll see what happens.
Quite comfortably.
Yeah, black is definitely fine, and white needs to find some clever ways to work around this setup. Okay, now we move on to board number 1.
Yes, board number 1.
Where a lot of moves have been played. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. It's already move 28.
Again, Ladimark, contestant number 1, starting from pole position.
Pole position,
this
yeah. Max
tournament.
Verstappen stuff.
Exactly, from France, competing against Yiming Zhang, who's rated number 34 in this competition. They're
Okay.
playing on board number 1.
Board number 1, and of course we have a Sicilian, already 2 Sicilians at this category. Again, we love seeing patterns, and we realize that Sicilian is really popular against kids under 10. And the Moscow variation is a way to work around that. You're trying to swap this bishop and then continue with development in the center. You're moving your both pawns, e4 and d4, establishing an important center. And now e5, getting a pawn in your opponent's side is always a good thing. And I'm curious if white decided to push e6. Okay,
Ooh,
e6
yes.
as well. So he really went for it. e5 followed by e6 is a good approach, aggressive. Even though white's development is not finished yet, we can see the bishop on c1 and the knight on b1 trying to get into the game. But e6 is good. You can make this
the
move.
best move, yes.
Yeah, and then develop later on. But now is the time to push e6 and take advantage of this situation. Queen goes back, and now you can slowly start to develop. The knight is out. Now the bishop as well. Okay, he goes with another knight. That's cool. Checks on c4
Oof.
and knight f7, and we all know that king g8 is followed by
Yeah.
the well-known,
The famous.
famous checkmating pattern going knight h6, king h8. You sacrifice the queen
The queen on
on
g8.
g8, rook g8, and knight f7. That's a cool mating pattern. A lot of people are aware of it, and yeah, that's why black decided to give up the rook to avoid the other scenario. Going rook f8.
A lose-lose situation.
A lose-lose situation.
I feel we're going to say that quite a lot.
Yeah,
I like that.
unfortunately for black there was no good options. There were only 2 legal moves, and they had to choose the ones that were not immediate checkmate. Okay, bishop e3, and wow, white decided to give up the exchange right away, which is usually a good approach. Once you're winning the exchange, you can give it back for various benefits. But now I feel like it could have postponed this for a while, like playing a4, trying to open up some new files for the king. But okay, rook d3 is also a good option. And I just want to point out that Mark's time management is amazing, I would say. He spent almost under 1 minute for all these moves. So this shows confidence, and this also shows that checkmate is coming. Unfortunately, the back rank is weak after bishop h6. Rook d8 just fell.
It's over.
Yeah, it's just over.
It's over.
And we have our first winner of the day, the Mark Larry winning against Yiming Zhang. Wow,
Number
cool.
1, Mark Larry in this under 10.
Showing dominance. Nepomniachtchi style, like thinking nothing and playing brilliant.
And in the meantime, we have a question from
Okay, question.
Mihai Avramescu. Question time. You like
Question
story
time.
time
Okay,
and question time.
Let's see what's the question.
Kind of defensive choices for kids, wouldn't you say? What would you say?
He's saying the choices are defensive with avoiding the main theory of Sicilian. Yeah, I think chess has developed to a point where you can actually play any line, even if you go open Sicilian, even if you go close Sicilian. Don't think it's that defensive. I think each player has its own playing style, and I wouldn't regard that as defensive. I actually congratulate this initiative of going away from the main lines, maybe close positions, but yeah, trying to uncover the secrets of chess. After the main lines have been studied, of course, you can find your way into gambits, closed lines, anti-Sicilians, and so on. There are many great opening choices out there, and yeah, we recommend you try a lot of them and see what works for you.
What fits you best. We're exactly 1 hour into our transmission, and it's exactly 1 hour on the clock since well, the players started round number 2 here at the European Youth Chess Championship. We're just going to go with a very small break. While in the meantime, you're going to see more images from the playing room, and we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back after a short break. We got our coffees and we're excited to see the rest of the games for Open Under 10. We were leaving us with the game between Mihailo Nezhvienko and Matei Zlate. Let's see. Okay, Sicilian. He went for a quick c4. This gives up the d4 square, but also closes up the position. So I'm actually curious to see what black does. Usually they fianchetto the bishop on g7 and try to fight for this square. But here they went for the other approach with early queenside attack. Wow, this is creative for sure. d6. Yeah, you give up a pawn, but actually you're gaining some development lead with bishop a6. This resembles some Benko gambit ideas where you give up b5 and you get your bishop out early. But yeah, here combining Sicilian with Benko gambit is really creative, and it actually works. Here black has a lot of pawns advanced in white's camp, and yeah, I think they're doing a good job. Just finish the development. F4 takes, and just if you finish the development with black, you're fine. So it's just a matter of whether you're in time to do all this stuff. Knight d4, okay, conquering the square. Queen d7. If he goes long, wow, long castle. This is so interesting, because on one hand we have a lot of pawns in front of the king moved, but on the other hand it feels like we're also controlling that side of the board with the help on the knight on d4, with the pawn on b4. So that will be a good debate to have for the rest of the game, and probably white is trying to open up files. We know when you're trying to attack the king, you need to open up files for your rooks, otherwise it's harder to checkmate. So the move here would be a3.
a3.
Yeah, just to open up this rook on a1. But black has a good reply with pawn to b3, and it's not so easy to attack this pawn and open up additional files. So I think that is good by Matei, the way he's handling this. Really brave decision, and also I think he doubled it up with a good calculation. Okay, and now he retreats with a knight because he doesn't want to trade this amazing knight on d4.
Exactly, he was working overtime. Generally.
Yeah, this knight was working overtime to cover a lot of squares on the queen's side, and now I think a3 would be my choice, to just take advantage of the fact that the knight temporarily is not on d4 and try to open up files. But d4 goes along the same ideas, trying to open
up, blowing up,
yeah,
how we call it, blowing up the center, blowing up the position.
And I think yeah, white is slightly ahead right now. Just a couple of moves before we were happy with black's position. It was in full control, but now white strike back. So definitely a game where we're already having ups and downs. It's move 19, so it's normal to see that it's open under 10. And yeah, we hope both players are gonna find good moves, but feels like white is slightly ahead right now because of this safety king of on c8.
And now you can see on the screens as well the names of the player and the category they're playing. So thank you so much, production team, because we received also a comment on YouTube.
Okay.
If we can actually show the names next to the board, this was possible. So thank you very much for the suggestion.
Okay, thank you, team, and yeah, thanks for the comment. Now we know how to improve. If you are making any comments, we can address things and make this transmission as good as we can. Okay. We move on to another game, the last game we're going to watch for Open Under 10. It's a game between Leonard Beliatedinov and Vladimir Sofronia.
Sofronia from Romania
from
is
Romania.
number 4 rated in this competition.
Rated, and his
quite high.
Dad is actually a famous chess player, international master Iulian Sofronia. A chess family present here in Mamaia, and we're happy to see them, and we wish them the best luck with their son's performance. Okay, d5. White is going for a Collet system, a slower game, trying to take advantage of this bishop on b2 and conquering the center with knight e5, f4, and so on. c4 as well, queen c2, and we're ending up with hanging pawns pawn structure. That's how they call these pawns. They're lonely in the center. They can be an asset in the middle game once there's a lot of pieces and active pieces, like knight on e5, knight can jump to e4. These pawns give you a lot of space to maneuver, but at the same time, in an endgame, they will be
a liability.
They will be a liability. So it's just a matter of if black decides to trade pieces and successfully does that, or if white can find their way around the trades. Okay, queen c7, rook e1, rook c1, knight b3, queen f4. I actually like this queen f4 maneuver, hitting d4, and maybe the queen can jump to g4 and work potentially with this bishop on b7 for some tactics. And rook d7 and queen back to c2. And here we are with the position. Black has many interesting options. They can go rook d8, double up on the d file. They can go queen g4 and go for that kind of plan on this diagonal. And yeah, we'll see what Vladimir decides. But looks
strong position for Vladimir. What would you say is White's plan in this position?
Yeah, last few moves for White were queen to e2 and queen to c2. So definitely there's not a clear plan right away, but I would probably try to kick this queen away somehow. Maybe g3, but then I'm just losing the knight. I don't really find some good idea right away. So yeah, I'm curious to see how White handles this. I'm curious if this queen on c2, he wants to get it to a1, so he forms a battery over this diagonal. This is a plan. I saw this happening in some games, but probably don't have time for that. So yeah, we'll see, but I think black is the one who's got easier play. Okay, and with that we are moving on to the next section.
Girls under 12
Girls
category.
under 12 category, NC.
We also have a Romanian player on board number 3, so we're definitely going to show you that game as well.
Okay, so we have board number 1 for girls under 12. We have Barbare Ashotia against Vera Vujovic, I guess it's the right way to pronounce that. And we're going straight to the moves, another Sicilian. Let's see, another Moscow variation, so going for a close Sicilian approach. It's already the second time we're seeing this variation today. Really popular against the Sicilian. Going for a Maroczy bind, f3, castling, b3. We can see now that white's pawns are dominant towards the center. We have this a2 to c4 pawn chain and g2 to e4. What about you, Maria? Have you ever faced the Maroczy in your career?
Did.
Or I always find it hard to play against the Maroczy, and I couldn't find good ideas against it. That game I mentioned in our first part of the commentary against Tiberiu Georgescu, it was a Maroczy, and I was on the wrong side of it. The position just blew apart quickly. But here, yeah, we like this. When we see d5, we know that black has managed to sort of fight back, and this finally, yeah, because
it's like escaping.
The thing with the Maroczy is that you're suffering. You're not having space, and it's not so easy. But once you get a break, which can be either pawn to d5 or pawn to b5, once you get a break, it's you really get a break. You can like breathe for a second, and your position is not that difficult to handle anymore. And I think d5 is coming at the right time for black, so definitely a good choice. We got the central trades, pawn to e5, pawn to f4. The pawn structure has changed slightly, but this d pawn is a big asset for black.
Exactly, and it's not a threat for black, whites, I would say.
Yeah, white with f4 and e5.
With f4, yes.
Yeah, close the position a bit, but black can find the way around that. That can be knight c7, knight e6, or even play f6 to break this pawn structure at the right time. So definitely good prospects for black, but white as well has this c5 square that can be comfortable for a knight. We know that knights are finding good shelter on open files, outposts, squares that are not controlled by your opponent's pawns. So if you're ever wondering what to do with your knight during such a game, you can try maneuvering via a4 or c5. Or if you want to be a bit more tricky, you can go knight e4 using this pin. Knight e4 takes, and then queen to d5. I think we're getting also
live images from.
Okay, that's cool.
From That's
So-
absolutely great from girls under 12.
So this is actually Barbara Shoti against Vera Vujovic, and yeah, we can see that the focus levels are 100%, and yeah, we're happy that we're also getting images from the playing hall. It's our number 2, so the players are now comfortable with their positions. We're out of the opening, but now is the time to actually think of a long-term plan, calculate your lines. So this is where the game starts getting really, really interesting.
We see here on the screen with the blue shirt is Vera Vujovic. She's rated number 1 in this tournament. And right next to them are Sofia Timagina playing with black against Emily Alfano. We have images with them on the screen.
Okay, let's have a look.
Let's have a look at
this
their game from the start.
Okay, we have Emily Alfano against Sofia Timagina. Okay, Rui Lopez, the D3 variation, trying to avoid the Berlin, as I think we had a Berlin defense yesterday. One Berlin defense, and that's the line where black goes for this long end game, and that's a lot of theory there. Okay, f4, bishop g4. Yeah, we need to point out this plan because it's really helpful. Knight goes on g5, attacking f7. You have to roll back with the rook to protect this pawn, and now I'm jumping with f4, trying to open up some files, and that's a correct way of playing these types of positions. So if you ever get a chance, you can use this trick in your own games. Bishop goes back to e3, pawn to d4, and I think soon we'll get the position that's happening on the board as well. Pawn to c5. Wow, this is complicated. That's the first thing I can say. It's not so clear who is in the driver's seat at the moment, but it feels like White's pawn center is giving her the edge, just for now. I was trying to calculate if e5 is a choice. Probably it's the first choice you think about, because e5...
The gut choice.
Yeah, the gut choice.
The gut
you just go with your instinct and go e5. I don't see anything wrong right away. But also you can try to develop your knight to d2 and yeah, sort of take the slower approach.
I can feel the tension from the images. I think it's really great that we can have live images and get more insight into what it actually means, how it looks for them.
She went e5, so it's on. It's definitely on. She went for e5, and yeah, we can feel the confidence. Once you play a move like e5, you feel like you're controlling the game and your body posture changes a bit, but she's still concentrating 100%. Usually, if I were to play a move like f5, I would just go for a break.
Emily Alfano here.
Emily, okay.
With White. She's rated number 2 in this category, and with a white shirt we have Timagina Sofia from Slovakia. She's rated number 21.
Okay. And
how do you think she's going to respond, Sofia?
Yeah, tough choice, and you probably don't really want to take this pawn right away. I'm looking for any tricks. By tricks we mean intermediate moves. My knight is attacked, and we're trying to come up with solutions that are not so obvious. So for example, if I were to take your pawn on d4, the problem is you capture the knight, I capture your bishop, but also the thing is you lose your bishop as well. So this just fails tactically. So if there's no tactics, just going knight e8 feels a bit weird to me, but it is what it is. If there's no other choice, then knight e8 has to be played.
Was there something played? I might have seen something on the screen.
Yeah, you don't really have any move here. No, it's still black to play. No, the decision is not so easy. I mean, you can think about taking on e5, but if I recapture with the f pawn, then this whole line opens, and it's far from comfortable for black.
The tensions are running really, really high.
Yeah, it's a tough decision.
I think Sofia is going to wait.
Just knight e8 and delay the opening of the f file.
That's my hunch, but we're going to see. Let's move to board number 3, because we have a Romanian competitor, Ariana Bădică, playing with white against Anya Beber. Anya Beber with black, she's rated number 3 in this competition with an ELO of 1792.
Okay, and we have in images, I think, Ariana. She's playing with white. She's facing the Caro-Kann. She went for the advanced variation. We're just gonna scroll through the moves. This is just normal theory. No need to get into too many details, but let's see the critical point of the position. Here we are. Ariana decided to take this pawn on c5, and black is thinking for some time now. Bishop c5 would be the obvious choice. You might run into knight to e4 and knight to d6. Maybe that's a concerning issue, but if you're not recapturing with the bishop on c5, you might just never get a chance to recapture. And we mentioned intermediate moves, and I think that's educational. When you have a choice between something obvious and something intermediate, like this, bishop b5, you can try to spend some more time to look for interesting ideas. And by interesting, we mean not the most obvious choice. The obvious choice would be to just take on c5, but now bishop b5 is creating a counterattack through the rook, and rook e1 just goes into bishop c5, and now it's a better version of this recapture. So curious to see if white goes for a move like b4, which would mean to leave the exchange, like sacrificing the exchange, but keeping the c5 pawn. We saw that this type of decisions are actually sound. It's not so such a big mistake to give up the rook sometimes if the remaining pawns are dangerous. And I think b4 is an option, but rook e1 is good as well.
But let's see, Ariana. I think Ariana's about to move, right? She's taking the time. As far as I can see here, because we see the clock as well, she has 21 minutes left.
Yeah, that's not.
That means she
not that great.
Exactly. She put a lot of thinking into this game. Her opponent, on the other hand, has almost 1 hour extra.
Yeah, the thing is, the position was in realm of opening theory, so I don't think necessarily that the decisions were that hard, but I think the game itself, the fact that you're playing against one of the top seeds, just adds a little more pressure, and this makes you second guess your decisions, maybe blunder check once or twice more, and these small decisions add up. As we were talking yesterday, if you make small decisions over the course of a game, you can actually see the impact. But white is still fine here. Rook e1 is a great move, so no need to worry about for Ariana fans. It's just that she needs to speed up a bit because the time situation.
We're going to come back to maybe to this game, but we have still so many more categories, and we want to show you guys some great chess across all of the categories, starting with under 8 until under 18. So let's move on, if you agree, to open 12.
Okay, open 12. I think we have, is it Umut Dogan against Kagan Ahmad? Is it that the first board?
Yes, Dogan Umut with white playing against Ahmad Kagan. Ahmad Kagan with the black pieces is rated number 1 across this category. He's a FIDE master with a rating of 2,306, which is again quite impressive, and we have images with them on the screen.
Okay, so we have the position on the board here. It's quite complex, but let's roll back and see what happened. Of course, the Catalan. White went for the most solid choice nowadays. Short castle, taking on c4, queen c2. This is absolutely mainline theory. Many games have been played here. Bishop f4, bishop d6, queen to c1. And yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward to what's happening right now on the board, because that's where the action is. Bishop g5, knight to d7, bishop back to d2, knight c3 takes, pawn to e5, breaking in the center. And I think that's where we are right now with the position. The rook rolled to f8, trying to conquer this open file. And yeah, what do you think of this position? What would be your preference? Any thoughts on this king on g2? Do you think we're gonna see any checkmates, or is it safe enough? Yeah, probably no checkmates for now.
I don't. However,
there's also
I would be a bit more comfortable probably with playing black.
Yeah, because the king is a bit more safe.
Yeah.
Not that many weaknesses, so these small details make playing with the black pieces in this position a bit more comfortable. And I'm curious if there is any tactic right now with bishop e5, because we have the pin. Probably there are a couple of good intermediate moves, such as queen e6 and then taking on e4, but that's an option worth considering.
And I think it's very good, and it's actually great that we have images that are live, and we can actually, I don't know, I can feel that we can deduce some things by
body language.
By their body language. I feel a lot of tension. We have, again, right now on the screen, FIDE Master Ahmad Kagan. He's rated number 1.
Oh, he's surprised by the cameras.
Hello.
I mean, if you're a FIDE master by this age, you need to get used to the cameras, because there will
being
be
in the spotlight.
Yeah.
And he's waiting for Anil Umut Dogan to make his move, playing with white coming from Turkey, as you can see from his shirt. What do you think he's calculated? Do you think he's calculating the possibility of having a bishop
e5? Yeah, I think he's setting up a trap, actually. It was a good spot that we can take the body language into account, and we can see the complexity of chess again, that it's not about what's happening on the board. We said it's what's happening inside the players, but also what they're showing outside with their body language. And we feel that Kagan is really confident, and I think he's setting up this trap with bishop e5. He's just running the queen on f7, and then just attacking f2 and the bishop. I don't see a way for white to defend, and I think he's comfortable with that position. So he's setting up a little trap, and Umut is thinking, if okay, should I go for it, or maybe I should trust my opponent with the calculations and just go for something safe.
We'll see what happens. I want for us to focus a bit also on board number 2, because we have a local derby here. We have two Romanian players, two Romanian great junior players, with white playing. We have Matei Dodoi playing against Tudor Henry. The FIDE master Tudor Henry is...
and we can see it's intense. Tudor is making Magnus-like faces, and he's surprised by what's happening. So last move was queen...
Let's see what's happening on the board. I'm very curious.
Yeah, the last move was queen to d1, which is a bit surprising. The opening was a Ragozin, and you move your queen to a4 to force the knight on c6. But now Matei decided to roll back with the queen, because there were some tactics with knight to d4, discovering the bishop on d7. And rolling back with the queen on d1 is a surprising decision, but it's not a mistake, it's just okay. I realized maybe the queen on a4 is not optimal. I just went back on d1, and I think it's a good decision. But yeah, Henry, I also played against him, and his facial expressions are really interesting, and we realize how much he loves chess. He's
very passionate.
Yeah, he's living for the game, and yeah, for his fans at home, he had a really interesting interview with ChessBase India a few months ago. He was playing in a tournament, and they decided to do an hour-long interview, and you can discover there his actually chess knowledge his depth of chess knowledge is amazing. And at the moment he's trying to work his way through calculations. Probably h6 is a normal choice. You cannot really go back with the bishop, because g5 and then e4 falls because of the pin. So you probably have to give up the bishop. And once I'm taking with the queen on f6, it feels like black is fine, no problems. White will recapture on c4, but black will have the bishop pair. So that's what he's probably thinking. I don't see any other tricks, but he's probably happy to close out this opening debate. And being comfortable with black is always enough.
quite tight, and I would say quite a few moves have been made so far. There was a lot of thinking.
Yeah, and
this,
I need
opening.
to add the fact that I was preparing Matei for this game this morning because
I didn't know that. That's a lot of insight. Tell us more.
I'm part of Team Dodoi for this event. He's playing for Pioni Regele, the chess club that I'm coaching. And we were working a lot of openings today, but this wasn't an option. We definitely got surprised by Team Tudor Henry. But and that explains the time management.
Okay.
But it feels like both players are spending time, and they actually played each other in the nationals this year, and the game ended in a draw, but Matei was also with the white pieces and pushing. And I think we're going to see this duel a lot over the years. It's becoming an El Clasico for their age gap. They're among the best in their age group from Romania. There's a lot of mutual respect, and the games are really tense because Matei is a more strategic player. He's trying to keep it solid, while Henry loves tactics and chaos and all this stuff. And this clash of styles gives us really good games. And yeah, the fact that I am also involved in this makes it a bit more emotional for me as well. But I'm sad that the opening preparation didn't go.
But you're managing it quite well. I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, we are looking at many other lines, but hopefully. Okay, I need to add up with this opening preparation. Maybe for those of you who are watching, you are preparing a line for one game, and maybe you are disappointed that you cannot employ this strategy right away in the game that you prepared. But the good practice is, okay, you keep this idea and you may use it later on. We all know this famous example of Vladimir Kramnik, who used an opening idea. He studied 8 years ago, and he managed to employ it in a game with 8-year difference. So keep your opening ideas in your chess-based files, and don't be disappointed that you didn't get the chance to use it just in one game. There's always opportunities for new openings, new approaches. So yeah, that's the getaway, and I'll try to get over it. But for now, the game seems in early stages, so we might just get back to it later on.
Another great key takeaway, and thank you for that. Let's then move on to board number 3, where we have Pau Feragut Marin playing with white against Rahav Shilon from Israel. With white, Pau Marin is, well, he is ranked number 4.
Number 4, okay, so good ratings, and
he has a t-shirt with España, which I absolutely love.
Yeah,
really
great,
nice.
Great country, España, and
one of the best.
Yeah, have you visited recently, or I know you're traveling a lot?
Not recently, but it's one. I think it's one of my favorite countries to be. I hope they have more T-shirts with España.
Okay, we can talk
we
to
can, yeah, we're going to discuss this exactly with the Spanish team. He's more relaxed. He's a lot of a siesta and
siesta. Okay.
I don't think fiesta as well, but he seems quite relaxed. Marin. He has an ELO rating of 2,193, playing against Eliran.
Okay,
let's go a bit through the position and see. Okay, not so relaxed. Very good production.
Yeah, good spot.
Very good
always
spotting.
The little details that reveal the true emotions. So your face might be like a poker face. You show no emotions, but your feet always tell the truth. So we can tell that there are some nerves, and he's trying to stay composed. But yeah, at this level, the European stage, it's impossible not to have any emotions. Some nerves. It's just the way you're handling. You can either accept it or ignore it, but you need to handle it anyway.
Based on their body language, the position might be really comfortable for black, but this is just a hunch. So let's see.
Let's see. The
how
thing
things are progressing.
It's the first time we're seeing the Rosolimo, which is one of the interesting ways of dealing with this Sicilian. Of course, the Rosolimo was employed in the Caruana Magnus game a lot, and we saw some developments in the theory there in their match in 2018. But let's see what kind of approach we have here. Okay, going for e5, stable center. White is probably trying to open up this f file. This knight on h2 will find a way on g4 or f3. Bishop rolls back to g3. Pawn to c4. Again, I think today we've seen a lot of double pawns, so it's It's good to.
It's a good lesson.
Yeah, it's a good thing to keep explaining this, that once you get the chance to change the double pawns, here you cannot recapture because of the pin, you'll lose the queen. If you get the chance to change one of these double pawns, your position will be more comfortable, and black decided to do that. Oh, and the intermediate move. As we said, the normal approach would be just to take on d3, but white decided to get creative with knight e4 and said, okay, I need to speed up my attack. I need to get to d6, I need to get to f6 and start making things happen, because my opponent maybe hasn't developed yet. The bishop on c8, the rook on e8 are not out. And yeah, taking advantage of that is a sign of really good understanding of chess. Because a lot of times we talk about ideas, but chess is also really concrete. So if you manage to find the right timing of your moves, you can get over any kind of strategic concepts. Okay, now the rook is on f3. It feels like white is lacking a bit of harmony, but the ideas are still there. Knight still can go to d6, still go to f6. And just to point out a simple tactic, if the bishop takes this pawn on e5, you can recapture, and once the queen takes, there's a check on f6, and you're gonna lose the queen. And this shows already that black's choice is fairly limited. You're not allowed to take on e5, and yeah, we'll see how he handles. It feels like he's a bit disappointed. He feels like, and the teammate is like, okay, España will win.
Happy.
España with
it's
the
fiesta
approval.
after the fiesta.
Okay.
You can see how deceiving sometimes, well, the looks can be, because playing with black, Eliran seems quite calm. For me, it seemed like
on
the position
from afar was
exactly. It can be comfortable for black, but obviously it's not exactly the case.
Yeah, but we need to give credits to Palmarin, because knight e4 is a move that made the difference so far. So until knight e4, it was a normal game between two players of the same level, but here he showed his class with knight e4, ignoring black's last move of capturing and going straight for the attack. I really love these kind of moves where chess becomes unpredictable and also really entertaining.
So any key takeaways from this game?
Any key takeaways is just the same rule, but it's worth repeating that if your opponent is making an attack or a capture, your first choice should be trying to counter-attack. Maybe a higher value piece, or maybe go for the checkmate. Don't keep the most obvious choice as your first one. Keep trying to find moves, find ideas, and surprising your opponent can be a valuable strategy at any level. So
I think that's a great takeaway.
Hopefully.
Let's move on to girls under 14.
Okay.
We're trying to
girls under 14
speed up as much as possible, again, to go through the best games, and also we're going to go through some of the games that some of you suggested. Don't think that we forgot. On
can you help me with the first board?
Definitely on board. On bird number 1, we have Shatil Or playing white against Alexia Andrieș, actually. So a Romanian player from Iași. She is playing she's playing black against number 1 rated, or Shatil is rated number 1 with an ELO rating of 2086. So I assume we have also images.
We have images.
Production is amazing. Thank you so much for helping us, showing you guys how it looks as well, and putting a face behind the position or behind the moves. I think it can be really helpful as well. We have on the screen Alexia Andrieș. Again, she's playing black. She's playing board number 1, which already is a very big pressure. And something very interesting before moving forward, board 1, 2, 3, all with black, are being played by Romanian players. So we have them on the screen right now. They're all next to each other. I'm sure they're somehow maybe supporting each other. Yeah, but let's see how the position on board number 1 looks like. And if
Okay.
you have anything to add on that.
No, straight to the chess because we have another Sicilian, another Marotti
Ooh,
bind. Yeah,
That makes you happy.
yeah, I'm always happy with any kind of chess actually. I keep mentioning the Caro-Kann or stuff, but when I see chess, I'm happy. So that's good that we're commentating chess
Exactly.
and no hobby horsing or other
Hobby,
stuff.
I was mentioning hobby horsing, but
Yeah, there are many other sports
we
out
might
there.
get into that as well. You never know.
Hobby
but
horsing,
chess,
hopefully not. Okay, Queen F2, maneuvering, G4, H4, hobby horsing. We will talk about that later.
We'll talk about that.
It's definitely an interesting topic. Okay, knight F6, and here we are. Wow, this is actually cool. Is this pawn hanging? Takes. Wow, hanging pawn. That's.
Is this the current position?
Yeah, that's the current position. Black is thinking, and feels like the pawn is just attacked 3 times by black, defended 2 times by white, and unless my master's degree in mathematics was useless, I think I'm right. So we can take on e4 with the knight, and
There might be a
twist.
a catch. A catch.
Okay, let's bring the chess knowledge here. Takes on e4, takes with the knight. Maybe
takes.
knight d5 is an option, and we can argue there's some compensation there. But yeah, no, I'm
Not.
100% sure it's just a pawn. And
She takes.
she takes. There's no need for master's level of knowledge. You just take a pawn. But I want to point out the strategy that the white employed. This overextending on the king side is. I don't think it works here in this type of hedgehog positions. That's the main strategy for black. You just sit and wait for white to just go forward with the pawns. And now we see that this move 17, pawn to f4, this pawn on e4 has become weak. There's no pawns defending it, and Alexia went straight for the attack.
For the jugular.
Yeah, and
I used to play that with black as well.
this-
Excruciating.
Yeah, it's tough, but once you get a break, it's comfortable. And they're trading everything on e4.
Yeah,
And-
let's see.
And white is just a pawn down, and but no, the pawn on b6. That's the catch. You're right. Pawn on b6 is hanging, and okay, queen goes to b7, and you're trading a marginal pawn for the central pawn on e4. So I think it's still a good trade for black. But okay, no pawn up. Or maybe bishop b6, bishop h4. What do you think of this tactic? Think things are getting interesting after
They're getting
bishop.
heated. Is board number 1.
Bishop b6, bishop
Bishop
h4.
h4.
Yeah, those kind of moves that we're telling about, that surprising moves that you don't have to move your queen. So your queen is attacked after bishop b6, and you need to think of a greater threat, and that would be attacking the queen or checkmate. We
Or
cannot go
the
checkmate.
same threat,
Or
of threat.
the same kind of threat. And you can go bishop h4. If your opponent captures, you take the bishop with a check. If your opponent just takes your queen, you can recapture, and in this trade you're ending up with a pawn. So
We still remain with the pawn on d6. That is not the most comfortable
True.
to have.
but that's Sicilian.
Exactly.
You know this from the first move that you go for Sicilian. D6 pawn will be weak, but at the same time you'll have some dynamical compensation for it. So yeah, I'm happy we saw a tactic, and I'm curious to see if white goes for this as well. Bishop b6 might be.
I'm very curious as well,
too
and
risky.
I'm really happy that we still have images.
Yeah, it feels like Alexia is confident. Maybe she saw bishop h4, and she knows that.
She's quite relaxed. She's going for a short walk. I'm sure there were some tensions, and there still are. Again, she's playing with the highest rated player in this tournament when it comes to under 14, so her category.
And this is a kind of tactic that you can miss, so it's normal to happen. This kind of thing, you take on b6, take on h4. So
Before Shatil Or is making her move, let's see what happens board number 2, because again we have another Romanian player playing black.
Okay.
Iulia Cristiana Ștefan playing against Anastasia Kirdațe, a women FIDE master from Georgia.
okay, let's roll the moves. It's the Rui Lopez, the delayed Steinitz variation, going with g6, bishop c2. Knight goes on g3. Okay, all good so far. Pawn on d5. Yeah, this is standard stuff for the Louis Lopez. There will be a lot of maneuvers happening, so just straightforwarding to the action. We have knight f3, queen b6, queen d2, and okay, we trade on the a file, and now here we have the position. It's white to move. White managed to capture a pawn on b4, but it feels like black is getting it back with the knight on b4. I'm thinking if there are any immediate breaks for white, such as e5, because that's what you want to do. You gain some time with this pawn, and now you want to go full speed on the center. So probably e5 is an option. What else? d6 is weak as well. So you might bring some pieces for the attack, but I don't see any way. So probably just e5.
E5 might be the
simple
logical.
Simple, and if you take, I can take with the knight, and actually the detail is that I'm attacking your pawn on c4. So the knight is doing two great jobs attacking the bishop and the pawn on c4, and I think that's what I would do. But I really like the way black played. If we roll back the moves, it was clear that their plan was working. Pawn to b4, managing to get the break. It's just if she manages to solve this local problems with the pawn on d6, I think strategically she's better because the pawn on b2 is weak. But okay, really interesting stuff. And yeah, we're waiting for Anastasia to...
What do you think about their body language? Because we have still images with them right now on the screen.
The body language tells me that it's just calculation at this point. There's no time for thinking up of concepts, or there's no other thinking behind this. It's just I need to calculate variations and I need to figure out what's the best move right now. So full focus, full calculations, and probably she's going for a long line, maybe 5 or 6 moves to calculate, because in these positions there are not that many candidate moves from move 1, but the variations, they go like 3 branches once you go further in your calculations. So it's definitely some effort, but she has plenty of time. There's 42 minutes left, and yeah, she can handle this maze.
I think this is a very interesting topic that I would want for us to discuss further. Calculation. This is a discussion that we started
During
today.
the lunch.
Exactly, during lunch. Before well, going more deep into that, let's see what happens. Board number 3. Again, another Romanian player playing black, Aldea Maria Antonia, playing against Kesaria Mgheladze. I'm so sorry for that.
And French. This is good news for French defense fans. There are a lot of there. And okay, she went for this Rubinstein variation with this. That's another story. It will be short this time. I tried to play this as black against Constantin Lupulescu, and all I can say, it lasted 18 moves. And we all know the result. It happened in the Jajubay last November, and I can still feel the pain. But yeah, this line is interesting for black. Let me switch colors. So the viewers can see that you're getting your bishop out quickly. You're trying to trade it for the knight and then play for a solid position. But the problem is you're lacking space, and white can maneuver easily. Okay, you get the double pawns, as we saw today, a lot of double pawns, but the bishop pair is more powerful here. Bishop on e4, we can see that this bishop can provide a lot of damage on the queen side. And let's go rook d3, rook b3, nice rook lift. This is the way to attack, because we were mentioning, when you are attacking a king, you need an open file, but sometimes you cannot do that. And the way to bring your rook is over the pawns. Unfortunately, the rooks don't move like knights, they cannot just jump over. And you need a few moves, but once you're there, like rook d3, rook b3, there are definitely threats. And I think this is a good maneuver for white. Maybe what I could add is a move like f4, so you have some room for the bishop to roll back and still keep it on the long diagonal. But okay, the bishop can always come back into the game. And here we are. We are seeing the players. We have the current position. And I believe c4 is the move that I would probably do. That's what my instincts are telling me. But
how does it feel from playing with black? Because I would feel a bit more comfortable with white. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, with black, the the strategy is simple. You're just trying to survive the attack, and you know you can handle the end game. So maybe the pressure is for white to prove that the attack is strong enough. So yeah, we can see black is thinking this is typical chess player move.
Exactly.
It's
we don't know if this means anything or not. This is something I think playing with the piece is something that we are all
common,
doing exactly from time to time, irrespective of
the level
of the
and
feeling that we're having.
And yeah, there's not much we can tell by moving the piece with your hands, but we can tell by the position that white is trying to come up with some strong attacking strategies, such as c4 or maybe bringing the rook over. This rook in h1 is not doing that much, so you may try to bring it over to c1 or d1 and then start pushing the c4. And yeah, it's not so clear to me why c6 was the move here. Again, black doesn't have that many choices, but it feels like c6 doesn't really build up to anything else.
It's still a defensive
taking
move, probably
defensive
wanting
approach.
to...
Okay, we need to bring out this word. When you're talking defense, we need to talk about prophylaxis, because we see this word in a lot of books and people maybe are familiar with it, but they don't understand it. So just to point out prophylaxis, it's such a difficult word. Prophylaxis is when you're trying to come up with ideas to defend against your opponent's threats. So maybe that's what black tried to employ, some prophylaxis.
Let's see, however, really interesting, and I think it's a first in this competition to see 3 Romanian players playing the first 3 boards, and we have them on screen right now, board 1, 2, and 3, playing with black, Alexei Andrieș, Iulia Cristiana Ștefan, and Maria Antonia Aldea. Definitely we're going to come back with more images and let's see what happens. We're going to progress to open 14, but before doing that we're just going to take a 10 minutes break and we're going to be back soon.
Thank you. Hello, we are back after a short break, and we promised you we'll get to open 14, and there we go. We're looking for board 1 for open 14. Let's see. The favorite is Vaclav Finec with the black pieces, employing the Sicilian and the dragon variation. We'll see if it's going for accelerated. Yeah, he's going for accelerated. White decided to trade on c6 early on, which is a slight inaccuracy because you're bringing this pawn towards the center, and you don't really want to do that in the Sicilian. Bishop c4, queen c7, and pawn to d6. Short castle, probably will see it immediately, and okay, knight b6, f6. Okay, this is a good approach to put all your pawns on the dark squares once your dark square bishop is exchanged. That's a good practice for future defense. Knight goes on d7 or goes on b8, pawn to a5, and we'll just fast forward to what's happening on the board right now. We're also seeing the players. We're talking about open 14, the game between Gustas Morcunas and Vaclav Finec.
And Václav is playing black. He is rated number 1, open under 14. He's a FIDE master coming from Czech Republic. We have him in the main images on the screen right now.
Yeah, he's comfortable with the position. So far it's equal material. We're just talking about different pawn structure. And black is a bit more compact with the pawns. We can see here what's happening, but the problem is this bishop on f7 doesn't really have a good way of getting into the game, and his plan is to push pawn to c5 and knight to d4. This is what the black intends, and white's ideas include move like c5, e5, breaking into the center and trying to conquer some weaknesses. And I think we're gonna see c5, I believe. It's white to move right now. 29 minutes left, and in order to beat a higher rated player, you need to show some bravery, some pawn pushes, some tactics, and I think c5 is in the category of the moves that we want to see when we're talking about the underdog trying to come up with a surprise. So you can just go c5, and if black decides to capture, you're gonna do a favorable trade because the pawn on c6 will be weak, and in an endgame we know that these pawns are definitely gonna drop, and the a2 and b3 are gonna promote as well. So we'll see what white decides. I would go c5, and also there are not that many options. You can just keep waiting with queen d2, but black actually has c5 and knight d4. So we cannot wait forever. But interesting, yeah, it's interesting, of course.
I might say I wouldn't say it's that comfortable for black.
Yeah, I was thinking if f5 is a move, opening up towards the king. But the thing is, with f5 you can go around it, and then you might have a good square on e5. Like f5, you go knight f8, and then you go knight d7 and go knight e5, and then the position is stable. And it's normal stuff.
Playable.
Yeah, it's normal, it's playable, and yeah, we can comfortably move to board number 2.
We have Filippo Saraptis playing white against Sowinski Pavel from Poland. Pavel is rated number 3 in this tournament, and he's a FIDE master. Okay,
we have this variation against the Caro-Kann, which is not so common, but it's actually a good line. You're trying to force an Isolani pawn structure, and you're trying to get away from the usual Caro-Kann lines. And I like what white is doing, pushing c5, gaining space on the queen side, bishop to b5, short castle, and yeah, clean development so far. Pawn to b6, pawn to a4, and we can already see that this b6 pawn is going to be a weakness, while a4 pawn might be an asset for white, transforming into a passed pawn in an endgame. So going knight a5, queen d3, takes, rook c8, and knight to e5. Usually these knights are in the forefront of the position, because once the knight moves from c6, the knight comes to e5, and if the knight is not getting on e5 in time, the knight goes on c4. So there's this battle between the knights, and the the main problem here is for black, if you go f6, which would be the normal approach, then your e6 pawn is going to be weak, and you cannot afford that. So this knight on e5...
It's not going to be an option.
Yeah, this knight on e5 is going to be here for a while, and you might think you might trade the bishop for it, and this is actually what black did. He went bishop d6, he went bishop to e5, just to get his knight on c4 at the right time. Wow, and going rook e1 is not something I considered here.
Ooh,
I was yeah, g6 is stopping some rook g3 ideas, but yeah, the classical thing here is to go rook h3 and to threaten rook h7 takes and queen h3. This is a classical mating pattern, and yeah, this threat could have been an option, but he went rook e1, saying, okay, I'm done with the kingside attack. I want to bring my rooks back to the a file and take advantage of the fact that the bishop is a long range piece and I control some good squares on black's camp. And he's not afraid of this knight on c4, which is surprising to me. Okay, now black decided to jump over the kingside with queen g5. Okay, it's not so clear what's going to happen. I would probably go just bishop f6 here. I still want to keep the mating attacks alive, but at the same time restricting this queen, because I don't want f6 to happen, kicking the bishop. It's a bit unpleasant, and we always have the a file for both colors, so it's going to be an open debate whose rooks will be first on the a file. And yeah, it's curious to me that black decided not to trade this this bishop. I would definitely go for this knight takes e5, and then rook c4 doubling on the c file. There's a weakness. It's clear to me what black is planning there. So a bit curious why white allowed this in the first place. But okay, we'll see what's gonna happen. Is it Philippos who's the rating favorite? Or
no, it's actually with the black Pavel. We have them on screen right now.
Okay, so he's arguing that the knight can get around that bishop, and the pawn on c3 will be a bigger weakness than these dark squares on the king side, which is a valid statement. It's just the question is just about the remaining aspects of the game. Is it the a file who's going to win it? If the queen on g5 will be active enough. So definitely it's balanced. There are nuances to this position. So yeah, the game is definitely on. In the time situation, we see they're both under 30 minutes. So we're probably going to see some things happening soon in this game.
And I think now that we're entering our number 3 out of this well, day 2 of competition, I think we can expect to see some time crisis happening. Before that, I think it's very interesting to look at the Romanian player, FIDE master Felix Antonio Ilinca. We have him on screen right now. He's playing on the 3rd board. He's rated number 4 in this competition, playing white against Niklas Jakola from Finland.
Okay, let's see. We have another Sicilian, the Najdorf variation, the first Najdorf of the day, and the bishop d3 line. Of course, this got popular in the game between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian, where Niemann managed to win against Aronian in the Air Things Masters, and this bishop d3 line is a good approach against Najdorf. And here we see that white got his pawn on c4, which is supporting the knight on d5. So a small win, but significant in terms of the battle for the d5 square. Black strikes back with b5, which is the right approach. Once the pawn gets to c4, b5 ideas are on the air. Simple development, but now we see this bishop on c2 all of a sudden has great ideas over that diagonal. Knight f5. We see a bishop knight trade, and yeah, I think white is in full control, and some trick here. We need to show this. So queen d3 attacking h7 and b5, and after g6 he decided not to move the bishop but to actually grab this pawn on b5. And I'm curious to see what happens after knight c3, queen a5. Okay, and the point was that take on f5 runs into bishop b6. Okay, I would say this is some high-level tactics. It's not clear to me why this works so easily, but we're already seeing the level. Felix is a FIDE Master 2300, I guess, rating. And yeah,
2358.
2358, so already higher rated than both of us. So it's probably calculated way more. And this current position, we see that it's not so clear if black manages to get the pawns back. Even a move like a6 is on the table, and yeah, it's gonna be hard to face this pawn. Once a pawn gets to the 6th rank, it's black is in trouble. So yeah, good tactics by Felix Antonio.
Yeah, quite comfortable. Again, he is the favorite in this game. I'm sure there is a lot of pressure. We can see him on screen as well. He seems very focused. We've already deduced that he calculated quite a lot.
Yeah, and he's confident. He's jumping around a bit. Maybe there are positive emotions. He feels like he's in control, and he's just trying to find the final blow. But yeah, a move like a6 should do the trick. But I bet there's many other ways to go around this position. Even a move like bishop to d4 attacking the knight is an option, because the more we trade, the more white is in favor. So that's it with this game, and I think
we're progressing to another category. We're going girls 16. The higher we go, and the expectations go higher as well, in terms of the level of chess or the complexity that we might see, as we discussed yesterday as well. We've seen quite a lot of tactics when it comes to under 8 and under 10 categories, and we see a lot more nuance and strategy when it comes to higher categories, which I think it's normal.
Yeah, it's a sign of chess maturity. But we can also see that some games have finished already. We're in the category of girls under 16, where Shipke Manon manages to defeat Humbatova Nazli. Let's go.
We're actually having Shipke Manon playing with Noga Orian.
Okay, maybe some different names here on my board, but yeah, we're definitely watching board number 1. Shipke with
white.
With white. Okay. Knight b5, going on the Sveshnikov, usual stuff, maneuvering, and h4, common approach, really modern stuff against
exactly.
Yeah, a typical alpha 0, but also it's highly logical. We don't want to go h4, h5 to checkmate. We just want to win this square on g5 and restrict this bishop on f6. Usually this bishop finds shelter on g7, and once the pawn moves to g6, now we push h5, and the open file can help us with the attack. So these are all well-established ideas against Sveshnikov, and here we have a slight tactical battle here. e4 and takes knight to e3, and I think we saw this game yesterday. I didn't switch to round number 2. I remember this game.
So this is why.
Okay, let's see.
This is why.
What happened in this game, because it wasn't so clear to us why this king on d3, if you remember.
Exactly.
I'm curious to see. So rook f2 takes. We were analyzing that white is better here, but yeah, white was still better, but manages to trick with the sacrificing a bishop. And how does this end? Okay, eventually the king is too weak, and she manages to win this endgame, but definitely dodged the bullet today. Yesterday, sorry. Yes, yeah. And let's see what she's doing.
So let's see what she's doing now. She's still playing board number 1.
And she's with the white piece.
She's with white. She's favorite number 1 in this category, under 16, Manon Shipke, playing against women FIDE Master Noga Orian from Israel, and we have both of them on screen right now.
Okay, the h3 variation against the Najdorf, typical stuff. Long castle, which is interesting. e5, d5, queen e3. And yeah, now it's just about getting the king to a safe position on b1, and now you can just start rolling the pawns on the king side, f4, f5, getting the rooks, and f6 as well. This feels like the black king is in great danger. g5 as well. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna survive for long. Rook to h5 probably, we're gonna see it soon. She didn't go rook h5 because just knight f8, and it was sort of a stable defense. But she went g6, which
Ooh.
is a cool looking move, and also great way of attacking f7, rook to e6. Wow. And now we have this position where white is trying to find some way of delivering something clear.
Some blow, exactly. She went for the jugular and she has only 10 minutes left. What move are we?
Okay, it's move 28 and 10 minutes left for
12 moves?
For 12 moves, yeah, and some tactics in the air, but it's not that clear if there's anything decisive. So really decisive moment. Let's see what.
Why don't you take on d5?
If you take on d5, I can just
No. maybe
take.
not.
Yeah, okay, it's normal move. Maybe I have some f1 check, but there's no reason to worry about just now. So take on d5, take rook d5. Maybe I can check on f1, but if just go king b2. Maybe if you capture, I can take a rook, but king b2 and you're safe. So
Maybe she's afraid of taking on a4. That might
Okay.
destabilize a bit the situation
good
on
point.
white's end.
Bishop d5, bishop a4. Yeah, there should be some good rook move here, like rook somewhere, because this rook is hanging. But even if I take here, you take with the queen, I can roll back my bishop, and I'm also attacking your knight and your queen. Might be, but there's always this rook f1 stuff that worries me. The back rank is always something that we need to take care of. So we already see the decision is not that simple.
She's taking the time to calculate, to think. However, time is ticking.
Time is ticking, and yeah, the fact that the king is not 100% safe makes it difficult. What you want to do as white here is try to liquidate or simplify into an endgame, but we don't see a clear solution. Maybe along those lines, going rook c6, and then rook d5. Like using your idea of taking on d5, but first making a trade, a sacrifice, a temporary sacrifice. We'll probably get the material back. I think that's a cool idea for white. Just rook c6 and then bishop takes d5. I think it's winning material, and pretty clear that white is better there.
Let's just stay here maybe for a couple more seconds to see if she's going to make a move. I think it's quite interesting. The stakes are really high because they're first board.
Girls under 16. She had a tough game yesterday, so this might impact today's game as well.
Exactly. Let's see how. Maybe she's really extra motivated, but again, I'm not sure if she's or how comfortable she is being in a time crisis.
Okay, let's see some other moves. So I proposed rook c6. Some other options. Yeah, let's just double check. Rook takes c6, bishop takes d5. I'm attacking both your rooks. Check on f1 is not an option. And yeah, you just have to make a move. There's no special moves like rook c3, I can just take with the knight. And if you move your rook to f6, I'm gonna capture. You take, and then I'm taking the knight as well. So
I like rook c6 from at least from
afar. Yeah, maybe
from afar.
knight e5. That's concerning. Rook c6 takes, bishop d5, and now knight e5, queen somewhere. If you go queen e4, then this check. If you go queen e2, maybe that's getting a bit more complicated. So yeah, definitely it's tough to make a decision when you cannot figure out.
Actually, you cannot. If you take on c6,
Yeah.
you cannot move knight
Okay.
e5 because you have you can take in c8.
Okay. Oh, good
You could
spot.
take in c8.
Okay, that makes sense. So they went for this, and now 95, so it's on the board. So she went like this, 95.
Right now, yes.
Yeah, right now. And yeah, it's just the position we were trying to calculate, and I think queen e2 is enough. But yeah, the thing is, I need to hold on to this square because tricks, and we don't allow that. And queen e2 and attacking both rooks should be, and the knight as well.
And the knight with check. I think this might be quite comfortable.
Yeah, and the fact that you're simplifying helps with your time management. The lesser the pieces, the easier it is to avoid crazy tactics.
Really
and the
interesting.
pawn count is equal. Wow,
Equal.
so white won a pawn, but She was a pawn down. Okay, she went queen e4. She's not afraid of things like rook f1.
No, she always has
King b2.
king b2, and it's quite safe.
And it's
At
safe.
least no direct threats.
Yeah, that's true. And now she was going for this knight. She wants to take on e5.
Very uncomfortable for black.
So going rook e7, I take, you take on c6. What's the point after that? I just want to take back. Ah, okay. So she's bringing another attacker to c6 actually. That's the point behind this. And if black doesn't have anything, it's just white winning material. But interesting stuff. Yeah, really great, really great.
Let's see, because we can sense some more tension arising. Let's go with board number 2. We have Lara Putar playing against Kochavi Dana. There's 2 Israeli girls on the first 2 boards. That's quite interesting, I would say. Kochavi Dana playing black is rated number 2 in this competition with an ELO of 2,138. And we have them on screen as well, thanks to the amazing production, to our amazing production team.
Okay. Chess-wise, we have Queen's Indian. First time we're seeing in this tournament. This approach against the Catalan. Over the years, people have tried everything against the Catalan, and Queen's Indian is just a simple approach, saying, okay, you're going to develop your bishop on kingside fianchetto. I'm just trying to do the same on the opposite side of the board, hoping to neutralize this powerful bishop on g2. And knight e4 is a common strategy to get rid of that knight. Play f5, king some space, and usually black is fine in these positions. Playing c5. Okay, this is actually cool stuff. Playing by the book, black is doing exactly what they're supposed to do in this position, while white is not really finding a way to improve. Rook c1. Okay, e5 is good. Let's just jump to the current moment. They swapped queens. And we are here. Bishop to g5, and it's white to move. Okay, the last move was bishop g5. Probably necessary to just defend this pawn.
What move are we?
We are move 27, and yeah, 11 minutes left for
white.
For a lot of moves. And yeah, I'm actually thinking about this knight, trying to come up with a route for it, but it's not so straightforward. If you go knight b3, it's a bit awkward to do this trade, but at the same time you cannot really stay with it on d2. So yeah, it's gonna be white to find some solutions here.
And in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, short time, and yeah, hopefully she can find her way. Again, if there's no other ideas, knight b3 is normal. Even if you make this trade, b3 pawn is not such a weakness, and you open up the a file where you can attack a7. So knight b3 is a simple option, and it doesn't really fail tactically, because if you take on c1, you take on g3, you're saying there's a discovery attack, but then rook c7 check, and I'm getting out of this attack. So okay, nice stuff. Probably just take on f4 is also an option, or pawn to g4 actually. Okay, I see now. h4 followed by g4 is actually the way to go.
You would say g4 now.
h4 first.
h4 before.
Saying, okay, you gotta kind of have to roll back on h6, and now I go g4, and you take, and unless there's not tactics with f3, I'm threatening g5 to block your bishop. So probably that's the right approach. Sort of address the tension on the king side first, and then focus on the queen side. Okay, she goes rook g1 along the same lines, trying to bring some pieces to the king side, and threatening some rook g7s along with the bishop on d4. So she's not improving the knight on d2, because there's not a good option right now, but she's using the active pieces that are left on the board, which is the bishop on d4, cooperating with the rook on g1, trying to make some
and to open up maybe
open up g file,
the g file,
and all good.
We can see them on screen as well. Again, there's quite a bit of tension. There's not a lot of time left, so white has 10 more minutes. Black has 25 minutes. Black is also in a position, I would say in a very interesting position, because she's the favorite one in this game, and she's favorite number 2 in this tournament. I think there's a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah, especially playing with the black pieces in this position, there's not a clear way to win. And as we discussed yesterday, the risks and the way you're managing this, if you're risking too much, you might even lose. So probably the best approach is to keep it calm, slowly improve, and if the opportunity arises, go for it. If not, a draw with the black pieces is a normal result.
Then let's move to board number 3. We have Giulia Sala, Women FIDE Master from Italy. She's favorite number 3 in this tournament, playing against Arami Lobo Pereira from España.
From España, okay.
Viva.
Good stuff. Another Caro.
And we have them on screen as well.
Yeah, we have them on screen as well. Another Caro can this E5 line. You can check it out in a lot of chessable courses. And yeah, it's highly popular. There are some crazy exchanges happening, but once the position calms down, it's very clear what's happening. White is trying to push on the king side, while black is trying to maybe do some b5, b4 breaks against the kings. Okay, opposite side castling shows clearly that we're gonna have an attacking game. And knight g5, this is cool. Sacrificing the knight, of course you cannot say because of checkmate, but it's also interesting to see what's the next stop for this knight maneuver. Okay, knight goes to h3, trying to pick up the f4 pawn. And wow, such a cool maneuver, knight from f3 to g5 and h3. That's interesting. It's not only to win a pawn, but it's also to improve this piece for a later attack. And knight goes to g3, and wow, it feels like black has made big progress on the queen side, while white tried to maneuver here. The pawn got to a3, and if you recapture, some files will be open, so you're kind of forced to go b3. And now I'm bringing the rook to b8 and the king on a2, and here we have the current position.
I do feel that this escalated quickly.
Yeah, I was lost in that beautiful knight maneuver, but the thing is, that's what happens when you get lost in maneuvers. Sometimes on the other side of the board things are happening too quickly, and the king is there. So I'm not that happy with the knight maneuver right now, but I just want to highlight this concept that a3 and a4 pawns, it's not only they're doubled. Okay, we can let that thing aside, but there are opponent's pawns, if we're talking from white's perspective, opponent's pawns that are actually helping our king stay safe. Imagine these pawns are off the board, then the a file would be open and white's king would be in trouble. And I think that's one of the cool concepts in chess, that you can use your opponent's pieces for defense. So you can use that in your own game sometimes. For example, there was this move here when black played pawn takes to a3, and we can see that this a3 pawn is actually helping the king stay safe. So sometimes you can even use your opponent's pieces to defend. Queen c4, and here we go, black to move. Any tricks, any tactics? Probably.
Let's check, but I see a lot of tension if we're looking a bit on the screen at the images. A lot of tension.
Full focus, it's black to move, and she feels like maybe there is some decisive move here, but even if there's not, you can play it slowly as black, and nothing bad can happen.
What would you suggest in this position? What would you consider as a good move?
Of course, the first move that comes to mind is rook takes b4. Maybe I cannot calculate everything, but the point is simple. This king has nowhere to go. I just need to bring some piece to check it. And if rook b4, c takes b4, bishop b4. If you move your queen, then I have bishop c3 and you're close to checkmate. So rook b4 is the first thing that comes to mind, and I don't see a solution for white right away. It feels like it's too much to give up the rook for just 2 pawns, but if there's no defense, then that's a good way of dealing with it.
Maybe knight b4.
Bishop b4? Or
bishop, sorry.
Yeah, but I want this bishop to check the king once. But bishop b4 is good as well.
But you would have the threat of rook b2, which is directly
Okay, rook b2 is cool. I missed that. So both sacrifices on b4 make sense, and yeah, it's a tough decision. For us, it's easy. Here we have
Exactly.
our coffee, we have our production team, but for them, thinking that you're playing for European title and you need to figure out which sacrifice is best, I wouldn't want to
If
be.
any.
If any. Exactly, I wouldn't be.
So
I wouldn't
let's
want
see,
to be.
maybe
there.
a couple of seconds to see if they would make a
Let's
move.
drink some water because this is getting
This is
intense.
getting very intense.
Okay, 11 minutes for black. Okay, but let's see. Rook b4 takes bishop b4. Is there a move? Let's channel our inner defensive. Who's a great defender in chess besides Magnus? Who's good at everything? Maybe Lupulescu had a great defensive game against Giri. It was 2 years ago in the Superbet Grand Prix. He defended well against Giri's attack to the king, and then he manages to defeat them. So let's try to channel our inner.
Let's see. I'm very, very curious to
Rook
see what
b4
black.
takes bishop b4, and what to
She's
do?
thinking.
What to
She's
do.
thinking
Judging.
intensely.
Yeah, she's thinking, but maybe rook c1 in that position. Take on d2, take on c4, not working. Trying to apply what we were saying. If your opponent has a threat, try to counterattack, but this fails here.
What move are we?
Yeah, we're move 28, and I was thinking rook b4 takes and bishop b4, and trying to come up here with a defense for black. If any of you at home know a defense, of course, without checking the engine evaluation, please tell us any hints. But yeah, intense, and only 10 minutes left.
Wow, I feel the intensity
Yeah,
as well.
I feel the intention. Okay, so we're still waiting for a move by black here, and yeah, maybe we can move on to board number 3 because this is.
Let's do that. It's too intense.
Okay, so this was board.
Actually, that was
Yeah.
board number 3. We're going to move with open.
Open
16.
section. Okay, board number 1. I would guess that's Axel Kvaloy. We had him in the studio yesterday. Axel playing against Ciric Pavle. Okay, Axel facing the French defense, going for the Steinitz variation. Rook b8 is interesting, not that common. Queen a5. Okay, let's see. We had Axel yesterday in the studio, and he seemed such a cool guy. Take on c5, take rook e1, e6, b3. Some pawns were lost along the way, but okay, activity is definitely on point for white's pieces. And okay, rook goes to f8. Let's see the pawn count. It's 2 pawns down for white. Wow, that's crazy. 2 pawns down for white, and don't see that much compensation. So Axel in a bit of trouble.
And not a lot of time either.
Not a lot of time. I think he played overly optimistic. I mean, this line is not that great for black, but the way he handled it was slightly too optimistic. Maybe this bishop c5 move, I didn't really get it. Can still play around these pawns. But okay, he decided to get a trade and go e6, and such a brave decision by his opponent to go queen a2. It feels like you don't have time for this, just wasting your queen moves to just go a2, but there was time. He went back, and he just
Took advantage.
took
basically,
advantage,
of
and
the
pawn collecting, pawn grabbing
pawn.
is,
Exactly.
is a good strategy.
It will
Okay.
pay off. And again, we have the position of Axel Kvaloy. He's rated number 1 in this competition of Open 16 with a great rating of 2,469. He's playing against Pavle,
Ciric,
and we have them both on screen.
okay, we can move on to board number 2 for the open section of under 16, where we have Anton Zlatkov against Rajat Makar. I think Rajat is the rating favorite. We have another Joko piano, queen goes to e7, another knight g4 followed by f5. We saw this variation as well earlier. Takes long castle. Oh, it's really that we see long castle when we're talking about the Italian, especially for black, but it feels like it's working here. Black's king is safe, and yeah, let's just jump straight into the position. Oh, rook endgames. Nice, the first one of the day.
My favorites.
Yeah. Rook endgames are so complex. We cannot even start discussing about it.
We started during lunch. This is why we cannot start it right now.
Okay, rook c7, and the point is that I have no idea what's happening, but just from my small experience with rook endgames, it feels like these two connected passers will make the difference. It's equal pawns, but they're on opposite sides, and it's all about the passers who manages to advance their pawns first. And yeah.
Again, we have the players on screen. With black, we have the favorite of this game, FIDE master Makar Rajat, playing against Anton Zlatkov. Anton is playing with white.
Yeah, and I think we also have a guest in the studio.
We're going to announce that in just a bit. Let's go to
board number
3, because this is the last board that we're going to talk about right now when it comes to Open 16.
Okay, another Sicilian, the Loventhal variation, going c4. This is the game between Diego Pino and Jeppe Falkesgaard. And let's see, let's just go straight to the position that we're in. Oh, that was quick. We have opposite colored bishops endgame, and yeah, it feels like rook g7 might be decisive, or rook c1. We're just looking at this pawn on d7. This is a huge asset, and yeah, rook c1 followed by rook c8 might be the move. Black has this pawn on e3, but it's easily covered by this bishop on d3. So now we're gonna see if white manages to find anything.
Look how different the positions look from one category to another when it comes to first boards. It's really interesting.
We're getting into endgame theory realm, which I was hoping not to get so early in day 2. But yeah, this is where big players show their class when we're talking about endgames that seem equal, but they manage to find a way to break through. And yeah, definitely opposite color bishop endgames are known to be drawish, but at the same time, once you get some ideas in, they can be really, really dangerous.
We're just going to take a very short break because we're coming back with a very special guest here in the studio, live from Mamaia.
Okay. Hello, we are back here in the studio. We have a special guest. It's Maria Lia from Romania, national champion at all categories this year, under 16. Maria, welcome to the studio. Welcome to Mamaia.
We're very happy to have you here.
Nice to see you. Thank you for the invitation.
How was the game today? We know yesterday was a tough first day, so we won't talk about that, but tell us a bit about this game.
For this game, I was playing white against Maria Crivano, and it was quite a nice game. We played what I have prepared, but with a little bit of with a few surprises. But in the end, I took a few pawns and gave a nice checkmate.
Nice checkmate to end the game, that's great. So you mentioned the opening preparation. What's your day like here in Mamaia? Do you spend all your hours before the game preparing, or you also have some time to rest, relax, maybe go to the seaside? What's your daily routine for a young national champion of Romania?
Obviously, I eat breakfast and lunch, but in between I prepare for the opponent, and then I get some rest before the actual game, and then in the afternoon and evening, I don't do anything chess related. I will do anything else, go to the store or sleep, or nothing chess related.
Okay, that's good. So taking a break from chess at the end of the day, so the next day you come back with full forces, and it will be a long day of chess. It will be usually 8 hours of chess, I think, if you count the preparation and the game, around 8 hours.
Probably around that.
That's a lot.
A lot of chess, but I guess you enjoyed it, and that's where the energy comes from.
Yes.
Okay, and how are you feeling this tournament? It's European Championship, so it's really important. Are you feeling the pressure? Are you enjoying the games? Are you feeling in shape? The tournament has kicked in, it's day 2. Are you feeling your full play has come?
Yesterday I didn't feel like my full play has come in, but today I think I got in shape, and for the rest of the rounds I will play good. I think for this tournament I was like a car. I didn't start at the first key.
Okay.
Started on the second.
Nice.
But I feel quite good, and I'm confident that I will succeed in this tournament and achieve one of my goals.
So what's your expectation for this or out of this tournament?
I'm aiming for top 10.
That's great. And we discussed also a lot here in the studio about mindset. So is there a particular mindset you're coming with in this European Youth Chess Championship?
Probably just playing good games and not worrying about anything else, not worrying about the result, elo, placement, only playing good chess.
Okay, that's cool. Are you planning on playing the Caro-Kann, or is that a secret weapon you don't want to reveal? Because here in the studio we are big fans of the Caro-Kann, and we're hoping to see
Both of us.
both of us. We love the Caro.
I don't know, maybe, but I don't think I'm planning on playing it. It
Okay.
will be a surprise, maybe yes, maybe no.
We're hoping to see you on the live boards with the Caro-Kann or not. We're hoping to see you in full shape. You are Romanian national champion, so we're definitely confident that you can bounce back from that first round loss. And we can't wait to meet you here in the studio again in the later rounds, and hopefully you'll get your objective in the top 10. Thanks for joining us, and
We're going to be watching. Good luck, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We had Maria Lia in the studio with us. She is a Romanian national champion, and you can follow her games in the next few days here in Mamaia. And we are left with the under 18 category of girls. We're just
going to start with the girls, and then we're going to progress to the open.
We have, let's say, okay, let me find this.
So on board number 1 we have Pipiras Filipa
Okay.
Fortuna
Against
Sofia Lordier. Filipa Fortuna is ranked, well, quite high, 2,250. She's a women FIDE master, and she is number 1 in this competition.
Okay, she finished her game. It was a win, but let's see how the game developed. It was Queen's Gambit declined, no worries. Queen's Gambit declined variation, Bishop G5, Bishop G4. Okay, will we see, oh, Queen F5, that's nice. Transferring the Queen to the king side and also winning a pawn on D5. So winning a pawn, we know the strategy, just trade pieces. Let's see if White manages to do that. Yeah, first trade on A6, then take the pawn, hopefully castle on time. Yeah, swap the queens, and now pawn up is enough. Black tried to complicate here, sacrificing a bishop, taking advantage of this pin, but I think White is in time with knight e2 and short castle, and even if you take the knight back, this pawn on c6 will be unstoppable, and actually that's the reason why Black resigned here. After c7 the pawn will get to a queen, and if you sacrifice the bishop then it's a bit too late. The knight is gonna jump into the game and the material is just crushing for White. So this was a game between Filipa Pipiras and Sofia Lordier. A win, a clear win for the favorite in the girls under 18. She moves to 2 points out of 2, and we're gonna see tomorrow if maybe she'll have a tougher game. And we have board number 2. This is Milena against Ayan, and the game
is the favorite.
Ayan is the favorite. Okay, and the game is still on, so we'll just look at this. And yeah, another rook endgame, just with a small comment that the bishops are still on the board, and this actually favors Black because this bishop on a6 is doing a great job attacking e2 and also controlling squares like g4 or h3, and this bishop on f1 is just defending d3 for the moment. It's a bit closed, so it's not that active, and the material count is equal, but I would say that I prefer Black here. I would probably go rook a3, take on a2 and just push the pawn. Just a reminder, in any endgame it's all about the passed pawns. If you cannot make any other threats like double attacks or pins, just focus on the pawns, try to promote them, and a passed pawn is usually decisive in this type of endgames. So we're expecting to see a rook slide to a3, and again the favorite is slightly better, but there's still some moves to be played in order to convert this advantage. So it's not going to be that straightforward. Okay, now we're moving to board number 3. Here we have Martina Vilkar with a win against Rolinde Den Haier. Okay, let's see this game from the beginning, because that was a Najdorf Sicilian, and curious to see what kind of, oh, h4. h4 is an interesting choice. It's one of the more rare options against the Najdorf. Wow, and f4, that's definitely interesting, but let's just see what happened. I predict some crushing kingside attack for White. h5, king b1, queen e1, knight to d5. Okay, just c3, and bishop d3, bishop f5. Wow, g4. I actually like this game a lot, because we don't see this Najdorf variation with h4 that often. I remember a game by Bogdan Dak. I keep bringing him up. It feels like I'm stalking him with all the games, but of course he's the best player from...
Of course you do.
Yeah, of course I do. It's normal, because he's best player of Romania, and yeah, one of my chess role models actually. So okay, here we see the checkmate on the h file, but if we go back, I remember... Wow. Yeah, that was just impressive. But this line against the Najdorf, it's something worth considering for players at home. I cannot really explain much about it. It's just feels like a random move h4, but you're preparing a kingside attack, and you're definitely surprising your opponent. The common moves here are bishop g5, bishop c4, bishop e3, and so on. But if you go h4, you might have an interesting game, and it's also a sound variation. So,
and I've seen it quite a lot during the recent years.
Yeah, it's been developed for like 2 or 3 years, and we thank Martina for bringing this interesting variation to play. I think Bogdan in that game, he manages to win with this h4 Najdorf, and yeah, that was a really instructive moment. He also actually, in this line, he has a loss as well. He went for this h4 Najdorf, and the knight jumped straight to g4, and eventually he lost in an endgame. And yeah, unfortunately for Bogdan fans, that was a hard loss, but he learned a lot from that game, and he stroked back and became a better player because of it. Sometimes you need to lose in order to improve, even if it's painful, but it's part of the game.
Again, dropping some sound life advice.
Yeah.
I think this is a...
The Bogdan Deck fan club is saying hello right now. If there's anyone trying to form a fan club, I'll be the president for sure.
I think you should,
Yeah,
actually.
I'm a big fan. He's so good
I
at
think you
chess.
should.
He started beating me before he was famous. He was like 1700 and he was crushing me. So that made me realize, okay, this guy is gonna be a future star.
Really good. Before moving to Open 18, let's see if we have a live from board number 5, because we have Emma Obada
Okay, Emma
playing black against Maia Patricia Buchholz from Germany. Emma Obada is one of the best junior female players in Romania. She's ranked number 6 in this competition under 18, and I'm really curious to see how she's doing today.
Okay, the opening started off as this semi-Catalan, as they call it. It is a really popular course by Sam Shankland out here, and a lot of people are doing this as white nowadays. And okay, Queen B6, I'm just fast forwarding to some key moments. Okay, this trade is not really favoring white because you're closing the C file, so that's a small plus for black. Queen C8. It feels hard to break through with both colors. It was like a maneuvering game, trying to swap some pieces. White has the space advantage, but no way to break through. This bishop on e6 is slightly worse than the bishop on g2. And here, that's actually an interesting moment. Here black played rook to a7, hinting at maybe doubling on the a file or something, but the thing is, she offered a draw, which you can do in a chess game. You can propose to your opponent, okay, do you want to end this game right now? I'm offering a draw, and the opponent accepted. I think the opponent with the white pieces was
Interesting.
Was happy with the draw because Emma is such an established player for her age group, but objectively speaking, it feels like white should have an edge. And just playing slowly with king g2, pawn to h4, rook to d1 would be a strategy that might benefit white. And even though there's no clear way, you can still slowly improve. So I'm curious about this decision, but of course we can take into account the competition, the opponent. They were playing for 4 hours.
The time, exactly.
And yeah.
A lot of factors come into play. But interesting to see. Let's move to the last category that we're going to be presenting today, which is the Open 18. I'm sure that this is offering quite a lot of interesting games.
Okay, Open 18, first seed is Elham Abderlaouf playing against Reem Sherman. Elham is with the black pieces and he actually manages to win with the Caro-Kann going for this Arkel variation, going e6. Okay, let's just jump in, and 95 already winning a pawn. Okay, when you lose a pawn in an opening like this, you might get some compensation as white, but it feels like it just went away with this this stuff. The king goes to f8, but now there's also a piece for black, so it feels like Elham had easy tasks today. G6. And
Elham is favorite number 1 in this competition, coming from Norway.
With an impressive ELO of 25, 40 something. 41.
Very good memory.
Good memory.
See, we're learning. It's only day 2 and we're learning the players, the ratings, so expect for us to know a lot more insights.
Okay, and this is the final position. White decided to resign because of the material imbalance. Black has a queen, white has a rook, and that's enough for resignation. But clean win by Elham. And let's move on to board number 2 between Emin Ohanian and Igor Schlegel. We're talking about the under 18 category, where Emin won as well, the favorite. Let's just go quickly through the game. As we know, we're approaching our number 4. Some games have finished, and we see an h3 Najdorf. It's the second one of the day. Another good thing to point out with the Najdorf, you can basically play anything. We saw h4, we saw h3. This may feel like random moves, but this is actually strong opening theory behind it. The point of this h3 is to just win some space on the king side, castle long, and start the attack against the king. Okay, rook h2, queen h1. Okay, this is impressive maneuvering. Takes on d5, f4, and finally, once white breaks through, we can see the impact of the rooks, the queen, the bishops that have strong diagonals. And interesting that he's playing on both sides. Now he's playing c4. He didn't go for rook f1, which would be the obvious choice. He's going c4, going for control. So already we see big maturity here in this player's. Knight comes into the game. Oh, that's actually cool. It's actually a cool game. And now, okay, another trade, rook to g6. The bishop will fall on d6, and yeah, Black decided to resign. But I think that it's a game for the viewers who want to know more about this variation. They can definitely check it out. It's an instructive game, and yeah, congrats to him for the win. And now we're going to board number 3, which is Michael Jarvis against Augustin Droyan. I think Augustin is the favorite, and yeah, let's see. Okay, he's going for this b5. A lot of times this is a cool approach against this Catalan type of structures, and yeah, definitely brave, opening up some space on the queen side. Bishop e7. Okay, let's see what happened here. It's a common middle game. White decided to trade here. Usually they go e5 and try to launch an attack on the king side, but here he decided to trade in the center, and I don't think that's such a favorable decision. Now Black is out of trouble. There's no space advantage anymore, and once the trades are being done, I think the endgame is slightly better for Black. Takes on a1, h6, calm, composed. Rook to d8. Let's see some technique here by Augustin. Okay, White decided to keep maneuvering, but it felt like the maneuver went nowhere. Knight takes knight to d4, and yeah, knight takes this brilliant square on d4, while the knight on e3 is struggling to find a place, some threats, and okay, after knight e3, it's clear that Black's strategy was better, and we transitioned to a knight endgame, which it's one of the first we had here in Mamaia. And we don't know much about knight endgames, but the thing we know some things. But what I wanted to say was
they're hard.
Yeah, okay, they're not rook endgames, but the thing is, for the viewers to know, they are really similar to pawn endgames. So once you master pawn endgames, a good exercise is to just put some knights on the board and see the similarities, because we know from Dvoretsky's book, this is the endgame Bible, we know that these endgames are similar, the knights and the pawns, for those of you out there who want to get serious with their chess and study this type of endgames. Okay, pawn to b3, and this is still rolling, so...
so it's still going on?
Still going on, but pawn on b3 tells us that it's not gonna go on for too long, because you cannot stay on with the knight on b2 for the whole game. I have my way around with the king on c5 before, and a likely scenario would be, okay, as Black you're trying to get your king to a3, and as White you're trying to get to these pawns, and it's just a matter of time of who's first, and yeah, here comes calculation, and who's calculating better, of course, manages to make better decisions.
Still need to point out the fact that time crises are happening. We are in, well, hour number 4 of this match, so round number 2. Definitely it's going to be a bit uncomfortable. You can see that Black has 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Yeah, it's move 50,
left,
so
move 50.
A lot of chess has been played, and you need to still be fresh and focused with the decisions. But here I think it's not that difficult for Black. Just go king c5, king b4 is an optimal plan. Okay, if you want to get super cautious, you can go knight e6, knight c5 to make sure there's not that much counterplay for White, but maybe the direct approach is good as well. Okay, and that was board number 3. under 18.
I have a question. Do we have live from board number 7? We have Romanian Ștefan Emilian Priscaru.
Of course, we have Ștefan Prisacaru, teammate.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Prisacaru, teammate of mine for Sergentul Vaslui.
Good to know. Good to know. He's playing against international
Eitan
master
Rosen.
Eitan Rosen.
Okay, and this A6 line is actually really popular nowadays against this sort of Catalan. Okay, we can transpose in many openings, but A6 is a tricky move here. And Ștefan replied with A3, which is actually a smart approach, conquering this square, and there's no more bishop b4, so we avoid any type of Nimzo-Indian positions. And let's see what happened. Ștefan is really solid player. He rarely makes any mistakes, so I'm curious to see what happened here. There's like similar pawn structure, of course. There's the Karlsbad thing where you go minority attack and black tries to go on the king side. Okay, rook e7, I don't really get it. It's usually the rook on e6 and you jump on g6, but maybe there's a deeper point to that. f5, b5, f4. Okay, it feels like white manages to trick black here with these pawn moves. Wow, a rook sacrifice for 2 pawns. This is getting really interesting. So just a rook sacrifice, and it feels like it's not that clear why this works. And knight jumps to f4, knight to e4, takes on g2.
Wow.
And loses. Wow. Oh, this is completely unexpected. So the point is, okay, we're kind of speechless here.
Wow.
But the thing is, if you take the queen, there's knight f3 checkmate, and all of a sudden you don't really have a move. If you go f3, I can just go queen g6 followed by knight h3, or probably something else. I mean, just queen e6 to keep this knight on the board. But of course, you can take the rook on f1 as well. Wow, that was so unexpected.
Wow.
So here, maybe finding a move for black should be a good exercise for us and the viewers at home as well. We don't want to go too deep into this position because there are
We still have one or two more to see, but very interesting.
This is cool chess. This kind of position can end up in like a tactics book later on in the years, because this is the kind of tactic that's the modern type. It's not so clear what's happening, you cannot calculate everything, but maybe by intuition you can come up with this. And really nice move. Again, if you capture the queen, there's a checkmate with the 2 knights and the pawn. Wow, nice stuff by Rosen Eitan.
Another level, and this is why it's so interesting to see how things are progressing in the higher categories, because we can see this type of level, this type of maturity basically in chess. This is something that we discussed quite a lot. I still have a request maybe, because I know at the beginning of our broadcasting today we received a comment on YouTube. Someone wanted to see a game. They thought it might be interesting. I don't know if we were broadcasting on board number 11 between
which category?
Under 18.
Under 18? Oh.
So we're still here. Garrido Alex against Mikhail Rostomian.
Yeah, unfortunately not live.
So we're not.
But
It's not live. They're playing on board 11. I don't see any results here.
Can we go to board number 8, I believe? Is it Eline Roberts against Robert Krenger?
Yes, I see. Yes, exactly. So we have another Romanian player playing on board number 8.
Won. Okay, Eline Roberts, she's a strong player from the Netherlands. From what I know, she's a female player. She played in the World Cup recently. It's curious to see if she's playing in the open section. We don't really know that, but let's see this game. Robert Krenger is a really strong Romanian junior. And yeah, let's see. One bishop e7, rook c8. Takes on c4 and temporary exchange sacrifice. Takes bishop f6, queen e4, and just take on c3. Okay, the fact is that there was a pin on c3. So just winning material, that straightforward. Okay, and Robert manages to get 2 pieces for the rook, and that's it. Okay, rook c2, knight f4, takes and crushing.
Yes.
Wow, nice game. And Eline, she's an international master.
International master, and is ranked number 10
Wow.
as a favorite. Wow.
Huge victory for Robert. I think his confidence is definitely high, and we hope he can keep it up the next rounds. But such a clean game, and
Really nice.
the key moment was, let's see, around here. Yeah, he decided to give up the exchange, but he was good with calculation, and he realized that the spin is going to be decisive. And yeah, really, really good game. We congratulate him and hope we can have him in the studio one day and tell us more
Definitely.
about this game or some other games.
How
No
do you
more-
feel about this second
I feel
round,
like
the second day here?
the chess is becoming more and more interesting, but I'm still curious about this under 12 category. I still want to go to Dodoi
Let's
game.
go, exactly.
because,
There's a big derby,
is,
and it's very close to your heart.
Yeah, I'm
Again,
curious to see what happens, and they're still playing.
ooh,
So we're going under 12, Matei Dodoi against Henry Tudor. Okay, just 1 second. So we set up the board.
and they're playing board number 2. Tudor Henry is ranked number 3 in this competition, under 12. Playing, it's a local derby. It's a national
Yeah, El
derby.
Clásico of
El
Romania.
Clásico. El
As we
Clásico,
say.
under 12 currently.
Okay, let's go back,
let's go back
to
where
where we left off.
Where we were.
Yeah, so we were at move 8. These guys were spending hours and hours for move 8. But let's see what happened. B5, he decided to protect this pawn on C4. Okay, and Matei said, okay, I'm not gonna get the pawn back, but at least let's do some development. B3, thematical pawn break, that's good. Rook to D1, rook to C1. Takes, okay, and we're move 20, and it feels like black is a clear pawn up, but again, double pawns make the king unsafe, and here Matei decided to go straight for the attack. Rook G3, rook F3, of course not trading the rooks. F5, wow, F5, and then Queen A2. We're talking about intermediate moves. That's where the difference is being made, and Queen E3, again a good decision, not trading queens.
Not trading.
Actually, we are discussing, I hope I'm not really too much, but Matei loves to play without the queens. He's really good with endgames, and we are trying to explain to him, okay, sometimes in order to make a better game, you need to keep the queens on the board because the situation requires for you to attack. And this is exactly what's happening here. Probably usually he will just take on A2 and play for the endgame, but here he decided to go against his usual style and keep the queens on the board for the attack. And I'm happy that
So you must be very proud.
yeah, I'm happy that I managed to get the message across. Okay, G4, and I feel like it fizzled out a bit
Yes.
because the queens went off the board, but maybe there was no other choice here. Queen F4. Okay, this pawn is attacked. I would probably still try to go for Rook H3, but maybe okay, Rook H3 is checkmate in one, so that's definitely not a good idea. But okay, I think maybe he calculated more than me, and he realized that going for the rook endgame is what's supposed to happen. And here, equal pawns, but at the same time more solid for white because of these pawns on the king side. Okay, go here, take, and he offered the draw here. Okay, this is crazy. King F4. Yeah, because it's a pawn up, and there's no reason to worry about. But okay, maybe respecting the opponent too much. After Rook C3, yeah, okay. But draw is a normal result, but at least you can play on here. There's not much you can risk as white, and yeah, why not go for it? I mean, I was trying to come up with some tactics, but usually there are many good ideas. So okay, we'll have a meeting later
Exactly.
on, and we'll discuss.
I'm sure
more
you're
about
going
this.
to tell us more about it tomorrow. I'm going to dig for more insights because we're approaching to day number 3, and obviously as the days progress we're going to learn more about well,
the players, the atmosphere.
exactly, the atmosphere. There's a lot of emotions. As I was telling you during the break, I was just going outside to see how people are doing. There's a lot of crying also, and
Yeah,
I've seen some happy tears as well.
Oh, okay.
And it's
That's good.
it's quite emotional, and it reminded me of the beauty of chess.
Yeah, and that's why we're here, to honor this game and to make this experience better for the viewers as well. So if you have any questions, requests, we're here for you, for the people at home who we know they are nervous, trying to find quick information about their favorite people, favorite players. So if you have anything, we can keep you updated in the chat.
So we are going to come back tomorrow with more results, actually, now that we are going to slowly progress to, well, to seeing more, I don't know, intermediate results, I would say, to see how we're going to progress in terms of leaderboards. Obviously, it's too early on, but tomorrow is round number 3, and we just hope you're going to stick along with us along the ride, because we're going to be here broadcasting until the 14th.
Yeah, we'll be here on the... So we're wrapping up? That's what I'm getting? Yeah, we're slowly wrapping up? Yeah, or we can still keep going. Yeah, I just wanted to say that today was a good day. A lot of interesting openings, some double pawns, kingside attacks, decisions. Of course, I was emotionally involved because some of the students I work with, they're in the fight. But okay, all the games were interesting, so a lot of stuff. And I was just thinking about this Axel game. The kid we had yesterday, he was in trouble with 2 pawns down. And yeah, maybe we'll come back tomorrow to see if he managed to at least get a draw. But overall, really good games. And yeah, we're gonna see you tomorrow with more action here in Mamaia. And we're here from 3 p.m. You can watch us YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, any platform you want.
And YouTube.
And YouTube, yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So see you guys, and thanks a lot.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.